Big week, no time.
All right, I'm just going to get a couple things out of the way right away. Number
Go.
one, don't hire Hollywood actors for big money to do voice acting in your game. I'm looking at you, Megan Fox. Holy shit.
Better
That is
than Ronda
bad.
Rousey?
Oh, it's okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad, but it's real fucking bad. Also, I'm gonna complain a little bit about Mortal Kombat, but I will admit it's not fair. It's not fair of me to complain about Mortal Kombat because I haven't played it. I have just watched pieces of the game's story on TikTok.
Okay.
So this is the least informed thing ever. Except for the fact that I think making a completely new universe to make 0 new characters is fucking hilarious. There is not one new character on the whole roster.
Mortal Kombat as the premier big fucking seller, right, of fighting games. Mortal Kombat is the Call of Duty of the fighting game like kind of world. It's this
it is. Yeah.
Right? So like it gets to kind of just do what it wants, and when others are kind of doing things like, you know, let's say unlocking characters via
I saw that.
story mode bullshit, just something to get to the point right away. They're like, yeah, no, we don't care. We just do it our way. And
it's
to
fun.
be honest, yeah. And from looking at the way people like are coming in on the feedback on that, we're going like, yeah, I like unlocking things and progressing and getting that. And it's like, that's cool. That should be there. No one like, but there's an answer here, which is Shovel Knight Showdown. Put a code on the beginning of this that lets you unlock temporarily or permanently everything if you want to do it, you know? That Switch version, holy shit.
Oh,
holy shit.
I'm like right here. I'm like this close, Wooly, to being like, I'm gonna do the MK1 story mode on the Nintendo Switch. I'm like right there.
I mean, just for curiosity's sake, because we went through did Aftermath and stuff back before, I'm probably gonna go and take a look. There might also be some ink waiting to dry on some paper for that game, but regardless,
That game that I hear is really good.
I'm definitely curious to see what is going to happen story wise, and I've completely managed to dodge everything that's been coming out about it, so that's good. I'm excited for where that goes. There's some weird stuff too, just on like the move lists are like giving you in-depth like information like frame data and like exact damage numbers, but then there's no description of what the actual moves do or any little like thumbnail of what it looks like, and you're like, oh yeah, that quality of life thing that Guilty Gear Strive and 6 just gave us is missing here, and right away it feels like, oh, but what does that do? What does down 1 do, you know?
So my experience with finding out like, hey, how does Mortal Kombat 1 play is the following items. Step 1, a Max putting up a video going, dude, I love labbing in MK1 so much. It's so much fun. And I'm like, oh, that's good. Good for him. Step 2, later that day, seeing a tweet from Max going, I really hope they fix this incredibly bad input bug that causes special moves to not come out.
Yeah.
Darn. And then I go to YouTube and I see Monger posting like, hey, check out the most busted cameos. And I skip to the part where Frost, as an assist, just pushes whatever enemy you're fighting from corner to corner on block. And he just shows off like a Fireball character can become the most oppressive Netherrealm Fireball character ever with this thing.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the Monger stuff. What Max was talking about is, apparently if you if you input a button twice and then do a special after that, it'll make the special move happen with the first button you input. So basically it seems like it's a buffer window problem more than anything, which might be by design, but it's like it's creating like awful unintended moves coming out when people don't want them to, and that seems like a really just what are you doing? And then yeah, like I'm seeing things where during a match, one of the characters was like off like the axis of the round of the stage. So like in fighting games, XY axis were, you know, moving towards each other, but like player one gets shifted 45 degrees towards the background, so now they're walking towards and away from the camera instead.
Oh my god, that's incredible.
It was super wonky.
Wooly, I just sent you a time-stamped video of the Frost assist I'm talking about.
Okay.
You just click on that, watch it for 5 seconds.
How nuts so are we going? I mean, cameos, I've already seen a bunch of this. Okay. So Frost can do her cartwheel, or rather, Frost can jump in and do the multi-hitting after,
and then it
Sindel's
pushes you all the way to the corner.
Pushed all the way to the corner. Okay, just massive lockdown. There you go.
That's so mean.
Sonic Fox uploaded like this thing with not Takeda, Kenshi and a cameo, creating a 3-way mix-up that's just like overhead, low, back, behind you. Like
more overwhelming than Blaze Blue characters.
You know. Yeah. So that's wild, but I'm still looking forward to jumping in and seeing what's going on. Also, shout outs to probably the coolest fatality in all the new games is the new Geras one.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's a legitimately great fatality. Thing is sick.
Yeah, dude, like whatever beats you up, reaches into a portal, pulls your head out, and smacks you with it. And then you're holding it, and then you're like, what the hell? And then a portal opens behind you and rips your head off.
It's great.
Yeah. Pretty fun stuff with that. So
okay, all right. Mortal Kombat.
Yes.
Titanfall came back.
Yes.
I played Titanfall this morning.
I played for Titanfall last night. Yeah.
I also played it last night. You know what it feels like? Paige asked me, "Are you having fun?" And I just looked at her and I said, "It feels like it was."
So
and I
was.
Oh, that's such a
So like each successive, like, because I had to so I reinstalled, and thankfully my progress was cloud saved, because EA Origin is gone. They just updated to the EA app, and after going through that process or whatever, booted it back up, and thankfully all my shit was there, so that's nice. And each successive step towards multiplayer that I took was filled with excitement and so much dread, because I'm like, oh god, what am I doing? Wait, how does it work? Oh fuck, right? And I can see that I even I guess I don't remember when, but at some point, I think when I was playing with the guys last time, I must have made some breadcrumbs for myself or so, because I had some of my custom pilot loadouts named Bangalore, Gibraltar.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean? Like, I had a couple of them lined up that way for just quick, like, reference point, you know?
Fuck.
Jumped back in there and got fucking cooked, roasted, and annihilated right quick. But boy, did I have fun doing it.
I played about 20 matches, and it took about 15 for me to just bottom of that board, just can't get anything going. Just and then the last 5 last night and the ones I played this morning, I was like, you know what? Third or fourth out of 6 is fine.
The last couple games, like, same. I had the last couple games I played, I was like, okay, wait, no, I remember now, right? Because I literally had to go back, and I was switching it off of the original controls I had. I was like, okay, I had to do the gauntlet a couple times, like. What was and I was like, it's like, hold on a second, switching to my Titan weapon, it's like, it's tap not hold, right? Okay, little things like that, you know. And then when I kind of was remembering what I liked, I was like, oh, okay, here we go. So like in the Titan specifically, making sure to switch between I'm using Legion and making sure to switch between, you know, long range and short range, making sure to fucking do the charge shot to take out whatever pilots are around. What stim did I like? What perks? All the little
for
things.
me, it took me a second to like. It took me like 5 matches to be like, man, my Scorch is really bad compared to how it used to. Oh, I'm not immune to my own fire. Oh, right. Okay, no, don't walk into my own
Don't
flames.
walk into your own grenade. Don't walk into your own fucking grenade. Don't do it. Yeah, exactly. You know, and like, yeah, just, oh yeah, right. The wall hack knife, and, you know, be just the rhythm of dropping your Titan. And then I went back in and I was like, right, I want instant Titan drop. I want teleport into my Titan. I want stealth mounting, you know what I mean? All the little bits and pieces, and like as that comes together, you're like, this is what my build is. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. And I managed to not be at the bottom of the fucking list at the end of those couple matches. I was like, okay,
you know, I
okay.
was playing it on PC with a PlayStation controller, which I expected was going to be a mess. It was not. It played fine. It has a little bit of aim assist, just enough, and like, I don't know if it's the people who've been playing Titanfall for a long time or new players or whatever, but like I one of the reasons why I was able to, I got a couple matches where I was number 1.
Wow.
And it was like, yay. But here's the thing. I was number 1 with the least amount of player kills and the least amount of Titan kills, because everyone else forgot that the NPCs you shoot on that map still give you points.
Oh, you just did the grunts.
No, I didn't just do the grunts, but when there were grunts in front of me, I shot them.
Yeah.
Instead of going, no, I need to wall run to get to the play. Like, no, there's points right in front of me right now.
PvE'd. Yeah. Well, look, the PvE little grunts or whatever. At the end of the day, they're gonna get you your perk faster, right?
Yeah.
So fucking sure, man. Yeah, I did see the new attack on Titanfall mode that was I thought someone talked about on Twitter or something like that.
There's a 300 mode that came out today.
Okay, so yeah, I didn't see those in the.
Maybe
it's been rotated.
This is obviously a ploy for Titanfall 3 to get the news talking.
Sure. Yes, every meme about every Titanfall fan in straitjackets, freaking out, putting all the Mad and Pepe Sylvia, you know, corkboards together. But in any case, man, it's just fucking good ass game. And a reminder too that if you are on a pad, that this game also has like some of the most in-depth like precision controller options you have for like dead zone to edge of the stick. You know, you can have an acceleration that like is even. You can have it start sensitive and get less sensitive, or more and invert that. You know, there's a whole lot of just like, what do I want this circle of stick rotation to feel like?
Personally,
you know?
I'm not going to change any of those, because when I load it in, I'm like, this game feels like the good Call of Duty games that I played 15 years ago. Not like those new Call of Duty games.
Well, I'm sure it's also set to whatever your comfortable last configurations were, you know. But
my configuration was, I started the game and went to multiplayer.
Oh, okay. When I used to go in with the Discords and stuff, there was a bit more tweaking to figure out how to get it all just right, you know. When I'm like, okay, I got my alternator, how do I line it up and make sure I can trace somebody that's flying the fuck over my head? And you know, when you have a mouse, obviously, you just swing it that way and get them. But I definitely wanted the ability to fine-tune while you're right in front of me. But if you go flying past me, I want to violently 180 towards you.
Hey, you know what?
You know?
This is a great time to switch topics. You know what game has a mechanic to have you fly past? Armored Core 6. And Wooly, I saw a clip of you fighting Balteus and learning about the lock-on, right? And learning that if you don't touch the right stick, that the lock-on doesn't break. Do you want to know when I figured that out?
Was it the final boss?
It was the final boss. I don't know why. it's the same controls
The
as
line
all
is
the other games.
the line is Wooly, I trained you wrong as a joke.
I don't know why it's different from all the other games. When you hit the right stick in a Souls game, it doesn't break your lock. You have to manually break it.
Look, man. I just that conversation fucked me up, man.
Which conversation?
About the lock on
Yeah.
and how things break when they fly past the screen at about certain enemies break your lock was part of it. I was like, oh shit, that's a thing. Okay. And that fucked me up because every time an AC was like a real opponent, I would always manually try to stop, break, and turn towards them, not understanding. And fuck, the moment it became clear that you lock and let go and let God, right? Hands off the fucking stick the moment you lock on.
Thumbs onto the button.
That whole game became different. And it became so much better.
So let me tell you.
I fucking love that moment of the instant flying over your head and you're on it and you boost back in. Like that that Balteus fight. Holy fuck, man.
So
you can go listen to the Reggie orgasm noises every time the missiles fucking do the thing, you know? It's so good.
I beat the final boss using this newfangled lock-on technique. And then you go through New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, and let me tell you, once you already know how your robot like feels and you're using lock-on correctly, oh my god, those missions go in like 4 minutes each. Like bam, 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 bam.
Humongous.
In particular, you feel like an ace because you're running into the boss fights against other armored cores and they're starting up their dialogue and you're hitting them with the kick and then your shoulders and then shooting them until they're impacted and then they die. They die two sentences into their thing.
So here's what's happening, right? 30% of your brain, your RAM was being dedicated towards camera tracking and keeping the really fast moving fucking suit in the frame. And once that's gone, you can focus entirely on evasion, movement, maneuvering, reloading, etc. And like just eliminating the tracking creates a way different experience.
Well, the other thing is that you learn how to, because like you'll fight armored cores that will heal themselves. Like they have the healing, they have like the Estus equivalent that you do, right? And you discover that if you hit them hard enough, fast enough, that they actually can't heal. Like
sure.
Did you did the fight against Sula on the watch point, right? The guy with the bubble gun before you fight Balteus, right?
Yeah.
He has heals. He's the first guy that has heals. If you shoot him a bunch and then kick him and stagger him and then unload every rocket in the world and your melee's strongest ability and then kick him again and then melee him again, he'll just die.
Yeah, I got him first shot.
Yeah, fantastic. Good for you.
Yeah. And now we got Bunk. So Bunk is here.
That thing carried me for a long time.
Right?
It's real good.
I mean, like the difference between the sword melee range and the bunker range is quite significant and takes a lot of getting used to. But like the fucking damage.
I spent most of the game with 2 melee weapons on my left side.
Yeah. The cooldown switch is fucking worth it.
I used one. There's a melee weapon you get later that's a lance, and you just dash forward like 10 lengths of your armored core.
Oh.
And I would do that to break the stagger, and then I would switch to the pile bunker to just do the big charge like.
Yeah, the finisher, exactly, right? I was trying out a build that was like Gatling gun and bubble gun in one of the arena fights, and it's just like melt the shield, crack it open, get in there and slash, and then the moment you have a nice dagger in, bunk that shit up. You know, I want to put I want, I want Bunk from The Wire voice clips coming in
Oh, that's stupid.
every
That's
time.
so stupid.
McNulty. Yeah, just it is so satisfying to watch the life bar fucking just annihilate itself. And right after that too, like the introduction of the arenas is just, I was like, oh, so are we getting, I was like, is this multiplayer? What is this? It's like, no. This is 1v1 me. Fucking real shit. And I'm like, oh my God, it's my favorite feature in any kind of game.
And that's
ever.
where you get your permanent upgrades.
Yeah, where you're like, oh, this is where you can do the quick turn, where you can do the weapon bay and all the stuff that's like a massive change to the way you can play, including the fucking burst, right? Which is the other like the evil, like the okay. So what? Yeah, I was describing how like your mecha anime tropes. There's a million beautiful ones, and one of the greatest is when the boss suit or rival suit has the ability to stand there and just aura shield your bullshit off, and you get to just do one of those, like burst whatever's coming at you. And in the middle of the Balteus fight as well, like there's some moments where it's like the perfect opportunity to like get you get it right down to the beginning of phase 2, and then just pop your burst right there because the sword is coming afterwards. Like, fuck, man. What a beautiful fucking sequence.
I will say, I think I told you last time, I don't know if you had the arena unlocked, but the fights in the arena against the named ACs, like you fight a bunch of the Vespers in there, right? Is not the same. Like even in universe, they're like, this is recorded data of the pilot.
Yeah.
And some of those people you will fight later, and you're like, oh, cool. I totally beat so and so in the arena. This is gonna be no problem. No. The real thing is a big problem compared to the arena. It's not even close.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that like as you go, and well, the arena seems to be, it's capped to your mission progression status, right?
It seems to me mainly progress like by chapter.
Okay.
You get them in huge batches.
One thing I was curious about is like, is there ever a like arena fucking title defense difficulty up type?
No.
But
on New Game Plus, they add more to the arena.
Okay.
So yeah, New Game Plus on it is really cool. People said, dude, it's like Nier Automata. And I say, you're nuts if you said that out loud and believed it. There are some missions which change slightly, and there's like 5 or 6 brand new missions, and different routes have different final bosses. But
I heard it was
is
not that big a deal.
The comparison to Nier Automata is fucking ridiculous.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Because Nier and Zero Escape are mandatory replays, right? The game is not done until you actually replay and get those branches, which are insanely different. Here, you're looking at what sounds like, I guess, a front mission Route A, Route B situation.
It's Route A, Route B, and then there's a Route C, which is only got after Route A and B.
Right, okay.
By the way, I'd like to point out that people in the chat are saying, nobody said that. I'm like, go back and watch the fucking 4th or 5th Armored Core streams in which I'm like, I don't know if I'll play New Game Plus. And people start to flood it. You just gotta do it. It's just like Nier. Like, shut up. Just because you didn't say it doesn't mean other stupid people didn't say it.
Well, I'm sorry that you had to spend more of your time with this awful game.
So here's the thing, though. The part that I'm a little disappointed, because you're so much better, and because the missions don't actually some missions change. Like a new opponent will show up to take the place of a boss, and then they'll be tougher. But by and large, the missions are the same. Buddy, you are fucking Char Aznavoling through these fucking missions. Like it took me less time to beat New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus than it did for me to get to like chapter 3 in like the first time through. Like you
Damn.
just fucking fly through that shit.
Is it like bad that the thing that I find the most exciting is that fucking story trailer where your predecessor basically just like suicided into the front side of a fucking
That's you. That's 621.
the 617?
No, 621 is the one with the Gatling gun. The fucking blows up in the goddamn.
That was 617.
Wait, then who the fuck it? What?
617 is the person who Walter, the 617 and team were sent in to do their jobs.
Well, I thought that's how fucking 621 got into the meat suit, by getting wrecked in that fight.
I don't have that info yet, but I know that those.
Well, don't worry, it's not in the game.
Well, no, that fight, that's 617, and I assume the rest of the numbers going in on the suicide mission effectively, and
you just start in the meat suit. Oh, that's kind of a.
And that hot fucking melee Gatling gun, like that is like, give it to me. It's so sick, even though it's completely pointless and futile in the end. That was so hot. Damn. Yeah, I'm just like, give me anything closely resembling that. So I'm glad that right after watching that, I got the Gatling gun in Pile Bunker, even though you can't emulate it, but boy, I would love to. Yeah, man, robots, big robot.
Good.
Yep. Hey,
Who doesn't like a good robot?
here's a good robot. Look at this.
What is that? Is that some kind of Gundam?
It is. It's a mobile suit. This is Kshatriya. It's from Unicorn. It's really fucking sick, and I'm really happy because it took 5 years for this to get back here, but it finally did. It's painted, and it's awesome.
Wait, is that the one you gave to that guy all that time ago to fucking paint?
Not the first one from years back, but the second one from only a couple years back.
Why didn't you just paint it yourself at that point? Holy fuck. You're a handsy guy.
Because my airbrush and skills are not able to do as good of a job as this is. But yeah, it's finally home. And I'm all roboted up, man. I'm in a mecha tizzy right now.
You know what else is a really good game that has robots in it?
Mm-hmm.
Lies of P.
Oh shit.
Actually.
Are they robots? Are they not puppets?
What is the distinction here?
One is made of wood and magic. And
these are totally autonomous robots that happen to be called robot puppets. The robot. So I played it. I beat all the stuff that the demo included. I went quite a bit further. That game's the best Souls game that is not made by From Software.
I mean, the lock-on system was the real lie of P.
That game is the best Souls game that is not made by From Software. Like, easy.
That's big words.
It is like the most like strict about its adherence to, we are an off-brand Souls game. Like it is that, but it's also fantastic and excellent.
So the ramp up to this was definitely one of like a cynical looking, a cynic. It was a cynical.
We have Bloodborne at home, is what I remember calling it.
Yeah, and tonally, it was like, yeah, this looks very much like Bloodborne, but it's Pinocchio themed. Are you saying that like essentially the gameplay and story and I guess execution salvage?
Oh yeah, it's super slick. It runs really well. It plays incredibly. It has really interesting weapons. Like the most interesting thing about it is the way that weapons work. Is that every weapon has the blade and the handle, and the handle is the move set and the scaling, and the blade is the damage type and the upgrade. So what happens is I started with the big dumb slow sword, which is like, a big long stab and a big wide sweep, right? And then I got a billy club, and I was like, oh cool, little billy club, and I was like very very fast, like bop 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 bop, right? But then I'm like, what if I put the sword onto the billy club handle, and now I have a big fat sword that I'm smacking people like a billy club, and it's using the special moves from each.
Now, I would say, just based on, I guess, the past with things like this, like, let's wait till the finish line, right? Just in case there's some last minute fumbles.
Every single one of these games starts to fall apart at the 70-80% mark.
There's a moment, right? And
even
I mean, like,
Elden Ring. Once you cross that bridge in Elden Ring, it's all over, man.
There's always a moment where it's like, all right, let's just get there, you know, and QA time and everything is building up, and you're just kind of, and there's just like a push, and you know, even, and then there's, and I feel like in the case of something like even like Mortal Shell, where you're like, ooh, okay, I'm seeing shit along the way here that's getting weird. But like for the most part, you can play the beginning of that and go, oh, Souls-like thing, but you're doing something different with this aspect or that aspect. But you hit a point where big open stage like shows up, and gameplay just completely nosedives, right? So like the premise and promise of what's new and different, like you got to ride it through and see how this ends too.
Yeah, absolutely. But so far, so good. It's excellent. I would easily recommend it to anybody who likes these types of games. It is super fun.
How's the writing and the story?
Fascinating, though clearly translated. Like hilariously so. Like when you go to Geppetto and he's like, "Oh, you're such a good boy. Let me tweak your pee organs," and you're just like, could we just not have called them pee organs? That's just
right.
It's just. So I'm aware that everyone who made this game is Korean and speaks Korean as a first language, but it doesn't mean the same.
I mean, the title already kind of indicates a flavor that would come from a non-native speaker as well.
Yeah,
like you can feel it. You can feel the energy sometimes. Okay.
But yeah, it's fantastic. Super good. Love it.
I guess are there I mean the other part of this besides combat stage and all that is like boss fights with like cool shit going on?
Yeah, so the game did a really, 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 really bad job showing off that it was actually going to have a lot of enemy variety. Because it does. It does have a lot of enemy variety. So like the day or two before the game came out, they put out some trailer that was like, hey, here's some different weapon combinations you can combine, right? And prior to that, all that had ever been shown is fighting puppets and like big puppets and small puppets. In this, they showed every variation of puppet you could think of, including robots that look like they were actually from Nier Automata, and a bunch of demons from hell.
Okay.
And it's like, oh, okay, so it is gonna Bloodborne. We're gonna transfer from the robots to the Satans at some point.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, and I guess between the hilt thing, it sounds like there's a lot of build variety as well. And
oh yeah, it's cool. It's great.
Very good. All right.
You know what? You know what? I played a game and I didn't like it and I refunded it. And like I don't even know like if I want to even mention its name because people are going to be so mad. So 2 weeks ago,
now you have to.
2 weeks. Okay. 2 weeks ago, I asked you, Wooly, what if I don't have nostalgia for these old Dreamcast games? Like, is it just the presentation and like the feel? And you were like, nah, man, it's great. So I loaded up Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. And I get to the tutorial and I'm fighting the flying cop with no lock on and jumping around with this floaty movement and this bad camera. And then I do the first stage and I'm like, this is just floaty Tony Hawk with a really cool soundtrack with kind of bad controls. I do. What am I? What am I missing?
All right. All right. That's that. I mean, I definitely said in the first looking at it as well that like a lock on and better tutorial for combat would benefit massively the experience in this game, because I had a huge problem where I didn't realize you could do launchers until like my second session with it, and a lot of enemies kind of not require but expect you to end the combo with a launcher, which then leads to tagging them. So that is a definitely an oversight. But if you don't like the feel of it, is the whole game.
Floaty.
So yeah,
and slow.
But floatiness is jet set, right? That is like being airborne.
No, you told me it wasn't about nostalgia. When I talked to somebody else prior to that, they're like, well, it's like that because the old game was like that. I'm like, but the old game wasn't like anything when it came out.
No, but nostalgia aside, that floatiness for maneuvering and getting up and doing wall rides and wall jumps and stuff is useful. Like it's made that way so that you can navigate in the air to get on top of that one little thin line to grind it, right? It's not just this is how Sonic used to jump. It's also a utility.
That's what I was thinking of. That is, it feels like a 3D Sonic game.
It's not just this is what Sonic felt like. It helps you in the way that the stages are designed, you know? And there's a couple challenges in some of the areas where like that little bit of hang time is going to save your ass, especially because you hang time into boosting, you know? And then you line up that boost and then you hit the target. But
I don't know, man. I'm grinding a rail, and then I'm gonna jump on the wall, and I jump, and I'm like, yeah, here I go, and I'm like, why does this feel so loose and floaty and
that's
like it's totally at odds with the tone. The tone is hip and funk and cool and fresh, so I expected it to be fast.
It is fast, but the floatiness is kind of like you said. Tony Hawk adds a whole lot of floatiness that skateboarding doesn't actually have. And
right, yeah.
That adds to your ability to control the character and grind and land on spots and do bigger tricks and get more into a combo, right? So it's a similar situation here where the moon gravity from Jet Set and from Bomb Rush contribute to that trick style. Do a lot of moves in the air, aim yourself, land on the next rail. You're getting chased by something, so you want to make sure that you can keep the combo going, you know? And there's like some areas, especially like there's a mall where you're trying to jump across a huge gap and you have to land on a very precise thing. So that low gravity feeling is actually like a lifesaver.
I don't know. Maybe.
But again, like if it immediately isn't meshing, then it doesn't mesh. That's okay.
Let me ask you a question, because I want to laser in on this, not specific to Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Like Fair. It's actually totally agnostic to it.
But I just want to put out like you don't have to be sold on it. That's okay. If it doesn't land, it doesn't land. That's fine. You know.
Like, let me ask you, like, am I the only person? No, I'm not the only. That's a stupid way to start a question. I feel like for me, it's a lot more often. But I feel like a lot of times when I start a game and like I hit the square button to attack, or I jump like once and I go, ugh. And like the game can never recover from that to me. Like that's what happened to me in Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Like I got control of my character and they wanted me to jump the first time and I jumped over a little pit and I was like, oh.
I mean,
okay.
So I all I can think of is the first time you swing your sword in Shadow of the Colossus and you go, oh dear.
Yeah. Oh man.
Right? You go, oh no. What? And then thankfully, it's about more than that. And I'm glad that that ends up being the case. And I would say that I feel it's a little similar here, where that combat can be better, and you do have that initial feel, but it is about more than that. And like, to me, it was fucking the shit.
I feel like I forget when I said it, but a while ago, I was like, I start a game and I do three things. I jump, I do the attack button, and I spin in a little circle, like as fat, like, and see how tight the circle is that your character can go. The character standing in place and spinning, that's too tight. But the character doing like big wide sweeps, that's too wide. And all three of those have to be good, or else I'm just like, no, ew, gross. And like, oh man, I don't know.
I mean, I would even go and say, because again, not just for nostalgic purposes on Jet Set Radio, but I would even say that like if you made the gravity lower, if you made it less floaty in some places, the way the stages are, some of that game would feel worse. Some of that game would get a lot harder, certainly. But like, there's always a little element of like anti-gravity to games that want you to do a lot of aerial maneuvering, right? So we're playing Titanfall 2 again, and when you wall run on that thing, the wall run is so generous. You're just going forever.
Yeah, the wall run in Titanfall 2 is more than generous in that you start to run faster and faster the more you wall run instead of slowing down.
Yeah, and I think that like adding that kind of like, it's being forgiving about your ability to like aim and be, and you know, so on, because once you fuck up, you're falling all the way back down to the bottom, and that's that, you know. And I think that like it allows the game to be more easily to pick up and control for those precise types of maneuvering challenges, but two, it creates real wild challenges later where, because you have that floatiness, now you have to make your way up this really difficult thing. And you know, I like how those challenges flow out. I like how that feels. Sonic games have like, I guess, a degree of this to them, but over the years they're always mixed in with different aspects and so on. But at the end, but like what we ended up liking, most people ended up liking, I feel like, is like, okay, Sonic run in one direction, occasionally go onto a rail or go onto a track that we have no control over, and then resume control, and you have floaty control. You have to target things or land on things, and then in 3D sometimes you'll switch it up to different tracks. But I think like to some degree Sega was kind of emulating what they were doing with Sonic with Jet Set back in the day, you know, of like, here's a rail track, and then here's a floaty moment, and here's aiming, here's dealing with the challenge, and then going back to more rails. So and it just kind of takes it in a different direction here, and Bomb Rush, I think, builds on that, and also makes it like,
it definitely feels like a Dreamcast game.
Yeah, it does. And it makes it by adding the boost, by adding the like the rush button to the equation, you take away that moment of like, it's slow and floaty, and like there's no real way it feels like you can speed up. That was something that Jet Set Radio and Future had, where like you'd want to pick up speed, but like you couldn't do it fast enough, you know. And here, just adding that right away was like a nice little bam, let's get right back into the momentum. You know, it like, taking all the aesthetic and music and the stuff that I fucking love to death like aside, I can see the intentionality behind why it is that way, you know. But does it in fact kill your mood when it's
I feel like my character's wearing a jetpack?
He is
like
definitely.
like you described moon gravity, like that's pretty close, but it feels like I should be able to feather the A button to like go
yeah.
But yeah, what are you talking about? He is. My character was not wearing a jetpack.
You immediately get a jetpack in the tutorial.
Oh, I did not get that far.
Okay. so right when you get past that second jump, you get a jetpack, and then that jetpack is your boost button for flying past things and getting a triple jump and so on, you know. So
why would I want to?
Hey, it's fine. That's okay. You hit that 2-hour threshold.
No,
you did the thing.
No, I did not. I hit the 45-minute threshold.
I meant to say you stayed under the refund threshold. You got it. Okay, that's fine.
No, I did the tutorial, then I did the second tutorial, then I started the first stage and was like, I guess the jumping is not gonna change. Like it's not gonna suddenly get Mario physics or Sonic physics or any heaviness to it. In fact, apparently it's only gonna get lighter. Ugh.
I mean, you're gonna have lots of hang time in the air, and you're gonna have lots of air boosting and tricking, and then aiming yourself. So yeah, that's it. That's fine. Anything else? Because there is a lot.
No, not really.
All right, let me grab it there.
Actually, before I say anything, I would like to point out that I'm seeing a lot of like, Pat, you had to play it for longer. Like, no, here's what would happen if I played it for longer. I would have more to complain about, and my opinion wouldn't change at all because the thing that I'm complaining about isn't going to change. Right? This is the same thing of just read All-Star Superman. This is the same thing of you have to watch this whole thing before you complain about it. Like, okay, I'm watch the whole thing and then complain about it.
No, if I knew that like switching to because you eventually get to switch characters and switch from skateboarding to roller skates, blades, or bike. Like if I knew that like different characters' attributes would make a difference to your jump and or feel differently, like I would say, oh, maybe you would like the feeling of a different thing. But no, that's not what this game is.
You know,
right?
I actually just saw a very interesting point that ties into what you just said earlier, which is it's not going to change, but you'll see why it's like that because of the stages. But all I can think of is like, why would you care about how the stages work if you don't like anything that you're doing right away? Like if I'm playing Street Fighter, like if I'm playing Mortal Kombat and I don't like hitting any of the buttons in Mortal Kombat, I don't care how good the story mode is.
Again, I'm not 100%.
Fighting fights in that game sucks.
Well, this is where I go back to the Shadow of the Colossus sword button, where it's like, oh, there's more going on than I thought initially about with this, right?
I get that, but at the same time, I feel like Shadow of the Colossus sword button is like a fake, not real button. It's there as a joke. Like you never actually swing your sword at anything on the ground ever, except for the
lizards. If you want to get a lizard tail, yeah.
But I shot them with the arrow.
But that's kind of what I'm thinking of as well, because like in a game where you are walking up to and like platforming traditionally, and then you use that kind of jump, you'd be like, it'd be much harder to get up on a surface and stuff. But in this case, as soon as you're going full speed off of a train rail and you need to make a huge gap and bomb the heaven spot or whatever the fuck you're trying to do, that floaty jump is like your lifesaver. You're super happy to have it. There's missions where it kind of resembles the Mirror's Edge speed trials, where you're in a like infinite abyss where you can falling off is death, right? And those are moments where having that type of jump feels actually great for what you're trying to do. So, but this is the part where I get like where the thing where I feel like there's nobody's connecting to the way I'm trying to ask. I think I can get there, because I think if your thing is like, I don't like what it's doing, and it's like the challenge of the game will make the thing that you don't like make more sense, that's not going to change what you initially felt.
Yeah, because you're describing, like, let's say there's a huge jump or a platforming challenge, and folks in the chat are saying, but you have to play through the levels to see how it works. Like, but every time you hit X to jump, I go, ew, gross. Like the context of what's around it is not going to change the ew, gross off of hitting the button.
I get it. Like the way Dante kind of jumps and drops back down like a bullet is kind of the way like Blanca does, right? It's a weird kind of vertical.
It's like how Blanca jumps. Yeah.
Right? And if you're not used to that, or if you play as Dulcim and you go up and you're like, oh my God, when do I hit the floor? That's going to bug you. Now, both of those characters are designed to have...
I refuse to play as Dulcim for this explicit reason.
and then a normal ass Ryu jump is just in between the two. Now both of those extremes have a purpose, right? The way that his
one is to feel good and the other is to feel bad.
No, one is to oppress you in a way where up close you have a hard time dealing with the left right. The other is to let the character utilize his aerial kit, which he floats, giving you more options and more time to do more confusing things.
Who cares what it's for? It doesn't feel good. Everything in every game should feel good all the time.
Sure. Yes. Fine. If you are somebody who enjoys that feeling, or that the way that you get these options, if the purpose makes sense to you, then you'll be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna lean towards this character. If it doesn't click with you right off the bat, then yeah, don't fight it. Certainly, don't force it. I would never say that. But in terms of you asking why is it like this, the answer is because of these options and challenges that this thing supports. If those things are all still bad feeling to you, that's okay. But the intention behind why it was made that way is because of the challenges and options that it presents to you.
I totally understand everything you're saying. I'm just disappointed. I wish this was something I could enjoy.
Fair enough. I wish
right?
I wish so too. I wish.
And
so
like
too.
I'm obviously able to put past, like, do I think Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? Man, I want to say Cyberpunk's so fucking bad every time I see this game's title. Is Bomb Rush bad? No, obviously not. Is it for me? No, unfortunately not. But like, man, like. Specifically the conversation we had like last week, which 2 weeks ago, which was like how much of this is nostalgia and the presentation, followed by a conversation I had with a friend of mine yesterday where I'm like, why does it feel like this? And the answer is, because that's the way the old game felt like.
Yeah,
my brain goes, but I was told it wasn't about the old thing.
And I wouldn't have said that if it were for no reason, simply but the nostalgia. But because there are things in gameplay that I do feel like make usage out of that feeling, it isn't about nostalgia, you know? That's the truth.
You know what? Somebody in the chat just made a great point. You know why one of the reasons I think Lies of P is so great? Because it's just a From Software Souls game with a different setting. And it feels exactly the same. For the same reason that Neo isn't as good. Because it doesn't feel as good because it's not the same.
I think you'd probably like it if, if that was a variable you could change to get to it, and maybe that would help. But yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
You know what? I remember having a discussion about this forever ago, and I forget who it was with. It might have been with you, in which I was talking to somebody about Little Big Planet. And I'm like, it's a shame that game like plays so terribly. And the person I was talking to was like, it doesn't play terrible. It just doesn't have Mario jumps, to which my response was, it should.
I think that was with Liam.
Platformer should, it was. Every platformer should just steal Mario's jump. Because it's the best jump. Even Sonic should kind of steal it. And I like Sonic games.
I would argue that it's not the best jump. But I'm in my own world where I happen to feel
what would you say is the best jump?
Legend of Kage / Otogi. If you play Legend of Kage and or Otogi, those are the best. It's
not doing anything for me, and I don't even have it.
It is old Chinese martial art movies, fucking super jumping through the air. Things are coming at you, and every jump is a commitment. It's awesome. Yes, immediately followed by Mega Man X with the dash.
It's such
with the shadows behind you.
It is such a frustrating experience to have people in your vicinity, like your circle, talk up something and then go to the Steam page and see overwhelmingly positive, and then being met with something like, oh, this one's not for me. Bummer. Like, it sucks.
It does. The
soundtrack's still there, so thank God. But
it's okay, man. It's not like there aren't a million other amazing games coming out this right now that are
I
you're able to
specifically
spend your
bought
time
it because
on.
I wanted to talk about it on the podcast and be like, oh wow, cool, I get it now. Oh, I bet Jet Set Radio was cool, and now I'm just sitting here going like,
No, probably not. Probably not.
ugh.
Did you enjoy, or rather, which of the new Sonic games did you enjoy?
Frontiers, is that the name of it? The
Frontiers is
last
the
one.
new one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Cool.
That one felt all right.
Okay.
Everything except for that one was terrible, including Sonic Adventure 1.
Okay.
The whole batch.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Every 3D Sonic game is terrible, except for Frontiers is pretty good.
Okay, so a couple other things. I don't know why a bunch of
Generations, yeah.
Okay, so a couple of things on my end, and I guess I was going to get into this a little earlier, but seeing it pop up there just reminded me that I don't know why people just invent their own things, but I
Well,
guess
that's kind of a vague. We needed light bulbs and gasoline.
I don't know why a lot of people have been saying recently that I hate Baldur's Gate and or that I'm done with it and I give up on it, because we had a session where I was like, okay, I'm trying to we're figuring it out, and I was like, ooh, this is a lot of stuff, but at no point did I ever say that was turning me off from it. It was a very strange thing to see, but I was getting some of that, and I'm like, that's what, no one said that.
I did not see that at all.
There was that, popping up in some places. So I'm just like, okay, well, I went in definitely and started a solo run on that just to try to learn it a bit more, and it helped a lot.
I told you to do that.
And
I told you.
And it definitely helped me figure out and get the pace and ground of the system a little bit more. And, you can overall get a feel for, you just like, yeah, everything is possible, but how to just move forward and do things and stuff. And so I went in and, well, fuck. I mean, I started a run with Karlach, and yeah.
Or with Karlach.
As Karlach.
Okay, as Karlach.
Yes, absolutely. Fucking 2 thumbs up. Great. Super duper awesome. And the and just trying it out and playing as a barbarian as well, seeing what that felt like, and getting a better feel for the variety of how the classes work and stuff. It's pretty interesting how it feels like multiple classes have ways to do something really, really busted, or not busted.
Oh,
but
yeah,
really,
everybody
really,
has something fucked.
Yeah. So you're never going to be quite garbage, perhaps, unless you multi-class and don't know what you're doing.
You multi-class like a moron.
You're right. And the fact that you could even take a main character from the origin list and switch their class as well, which is in plot, is
fuck it.
Crazy. That's so nuts. It lets you actually do that. You can.
They did say that if you, for example, played a Shadowheart and respect her to not a cleric, that some of her story beats would be a little less impactful because you would lose out on the cleric dialogue options.
Okay, interesting. Because I just for the fuck of it, I was like, well, since I'm messing around and learning, I switched Karlach from barbarian to monk, right, just to see what that was like, and it goes, okay, you're same character now, but here you go. These are your prompts, and the story beats are still gonna be where they are according to who you are. But you're gonna have a unique ass experience, it's just so awesome that the game has that much freedom to even let you fuck with the roles of predetermined, NPCs and things like, not NPCs. In this case, it's the player character.
Yeah, it's zany. It's there's a lot of shit going on in this fucking game.
No, and so overall, by doing that, I think I've come to understand and the flow of things a lot better. And yeah, that's going good. That's cool. And no worries there. If an episode or two goes up where it looks like we're kind of struggling to figure things out, that doesn't mean that things are nuclear. So you can calm down with your weird fucking things that y'all are getting into.
That was a nice mix of vague and specific in that I don't know what the fuck you just said at all.
If you watch an episode of us uploading Baldur's Gate 3 and you see us kind of struggling with something and then decide that means we're done with the game and never coming back to it, you're creating fan fiction in your head that's not real. I'll let you know.
That's accurate.
There you go. That's as best as I can say it. I finally beat Darkest Dungeon 2. And boy, yeah, it as a game that punishes you and kicks your ass and fucking drags you through it, it is so satisfying.
That's a good last boss.
Oh, that last boss is awesome.
It has maybe my favorite name of anything.
Yeah. I remember you said you looked it up beforehand, and I was like, okay, yeah.
And it made me want to go back to Darkest Dungeon 2.
And did you get into the mechanics of how it works?
No, I never went back.
Okay,
I just said I wanted to.
Okay, I would like to talk about it, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody who doesn't want to be spoiled, right? If you care about it or not, but like, so yeah, I'm gonna talk about Darkest Dungeon 2 final boss, which is the fucking best part of the game in my opinion, for a little bit here. Tune out if you don't want to hear that. Okay, so the entire build up to that boss is you're playing through. In the first game, you're hearing about the ancestor, right? And you're hearing about, in time, you will truly know the extent of my feelings, right? You're learning about everything that he did and all the occult shit and how badly that fucked up the Hamlet and how you have to go stop it, right? Darkest Dungeon 2 is, damn, we couldn't stop it. The world is fucked, right?
Oop.
There's very little hope left, and all we can do is carry it in the form of this flame from inn to inn and make our way to like the source of this evil. And you essentially are playing you're trying to stop the ancestor's apprentice, who's like the person who he's talking to, essentially almost like the player character went down this road of full-on Lovecraftian bullshit and never turned back from it. So each chapter is kind of named after, the flaws and the tragedies of, going too far and every step of the way, and your ambition and so on. And with each one, you get this great narrative. And then so the final chapter is cowardice, and every enemy starts getting affected by that in certain ways. So like cowardice puts in a thing where there's certain enemies where when you hit them you get shifted back multiple rows and stuff. It's cool how they work that theme in just a little bit. But the final boss at the mountain is your body of work, right?
The academic's final like thesis, essentially.
And you have to take on each element of it as you go up the body, mind you, and then you get to the throne. And the way the thing I've been talking about in this game that really stands out so far, and it's really a highlight, is every class gets a backstory of how they got there, right? And you get to go into a 5-chapter, either playable or just monologue for each character when you get to a Shrine of Reflection, and it gives you a little bit of their backstory, and then you get access to more moves so that you can choose from, a full build, and the move versatility changes up the way you play drastically, right? So it's humongous. They're big rewards for going to those things. It feels great because the story is rewarding, the reward is rewarding, and it permanently unlocks a thing that makes your character better. So you're like fucking beeline it for those as soon as you can. in each one, they're kind of like interesting puzzle ways to play the game. Instead of the traditional combat system, you find ways to solve whatever the problem is, right? So if you're doing, let's say, the Plague Doctor, Paracelsus has the battle system of Darkest Dungeon, except you're in a classroom and the teacher is giving off a lecture, and you have to study your notes. And every time the lecture goes off, you kind of build up stress because you're like, he's wrong and I'm going to prove it. But if you speak up too soon, you take damage. He goes, sit down, so you have to kind of wait for the right moment for the conclusion, and then you rebuttal, and then that'll do
You're
some
full
damage.
of fucking shit, professor. And then the professor's like, oh,
and everyone in the class goes, oh, and then you do that enough and he's coughing up blood because he's also sickly, and like, so you have little things like that where they use the system in these plot oriented ways. It's awesome. When you eventually go through the 5 chapters with each character, you usually end up overcoming a character, a figure, a person, whatever their past trauma was kind of caused by, and when you're finally facing down the academic, after fighting a bunch of ads off, there's an attack it does called Face Your Failures, and you have to pick one of your characters in your party, and whoever you choose, their haunted ghost from their past will appear to basically thwart them, and they're the only one that can attack that enemy. They're the only one that can deal with it, and whatever row they're in, they're kind of like forced to confront this while the rest of the party has to handle the situation more or less without them in a way. It's so fucking good, right? And as you do it, the whole time you're debuffed. Everyone in certain rows your healer might not have the ability to heal, your ranged attack might not be, your ranged fighter might not be able to do that, and so on. And you face your failure, you take it on, and once you defeat the ghost of the past, you have a moment of like, they have a line that is kind of like emblematic of something about them, so the highwayman defeats like the guards chasing him and stuff, and he's like, and then you get a moment of reflection, and he's like, what if I miss? And then you get to take a shot at the academic, and that shot does 200 fucking damage of his 1,000 bar life, and that's how you do real damage to it. And then the highwayman and the rest of that fight is fucking amped and ready to go, debuffs off, and the momentum goes that way for your party the whole time. And it's like, and it's also just surrounded by the music and the moves, and everything going on is culminating. It's bombastic and fucking wonderful, man. I'm so happy that like the end of this game I already loved was so much cooler than I fucking thought.
So now that you've defeated fucking Darkest Dungeon 2, you've done everything that it has to offer, and you've beaten the academic.
Technically no, but
well, okay, you've beaten the academic.
I have, there's more to unlock. Yeah.
How do you feel about that stagecoach system? Because, like, this is a really good, like, callback to what I was talking about, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
Yep.
In that, like, every time I fucking sat down to play Darkest Dungeon 2, like, there's ways to, like, oh, I'll auto-run it or I'll whatever. But, like, every time the coach starts up, I'm like, this shouldn't be, this sucks. Just go to the next fucking thing. Oh!
Yeah, the first time, you can go back. The first time I played this thing, that coach was the worst. And you really have to control it with your keyboard and just navigate a track, and it was not good, and it still isn't great. But like I said last time, I am now officially taking the update they made to it as a set it and forget it system, where there are objects you can pick up on the road, and they're going to be like consumables, combat items, in items. You'll pick up items on the road, but you can completely ignore them.
Dude, I'm just thinking of like if I was like a game reviewer, if that was my thing instead of streaming, like everyone would just be so mad. Darkest Dungeon 2, of the great follow up to existing classic, 9 out of 10, -2 due to stagecoach 7 final score.
So the stagecoach, they minimized its presence as much as possible without completely removing it. And I think that even if they wanted it to, let's say, never give you any like obstacles to weave into to pick up things or whatever, there's an aspect of the game that is traveling in the stagecoach diminishes your light and gives you healing over time. And there are other items that you can pick up where the travel of the stagecoach affects something over time. So they could just make it instantly do those things, I suppose, and then
they sure could.
The next location. Yeah. But like, it feels like the easier solution was because they wanted the travel to be implemented into stress management, light management, health management, and then the attachments on the coach. They're making it so that it's like you still have it play out as you travel, but it's not going to be something you have to actually actively pay attention to or swerve into or out of anymore. So every time I get at the location, I pick left, right, or center, whatever, and then it just starts moving. And then I just, if I feel like it, I'll steer the mouse around, to a little bit, or I'll just ignore it entirely. And you can go into the settings, and there's 2 toggles for the sensitivity of the swerve and the dead angle of like when it stops. So like, even if you think it's too overly sensitive, it even lets you fine tune that to some degree. So it's like, it's become really, really forgettable. Like, it's not a big deal.
I think the funniest thing is that I'm like, hey man, how do you feel about that? And you're giving essentially the same answer you gave last time, just you had more time in the game. And your answer is, well, it's not that bad once I learned to completely ignore it.
Well, they ignored it. They minimized it. They made it a bigger deal initially. Everyone hated it. So they made it a thing. So they made it way less of a thing. And I think the reason why they're not taking it out is because what I mentioned about the healing over time.
It's funny, like Baldur's Gate 3 is a game you're playing right now, right? And that game changed a lot from early access. And the biggest change that I can think of is stuff like Firebolt and like Ray of Frost, right? Your basic cantrips, right? Mm-hmm. They used to leave surfaces. They used to like you if you cast Firebolt on the ground,
fire would appear.
It would create like a burning patch.
Okay.
And like a big burning patch. And the original version of that would do more damage than if you hit the person.
Oh shit. Okay.
So you'd aim at people's feet. And like the whole like meta for the first game was like use your cantrips to make a bunch of ice surfaces. And feedback came back that was like playing Divinity Original Sin 2 and just like playing Jenga with the floor like over and over and over and over is not what I want to do in a Dungeons and Dragons game. And they're like, okay.
Right.
And they just removed that whole fucking thing, which is crazy because that was their big deal in Divinity Original Sin 2. Well, with now the surfaces and the interactions and stuff like that.
There's tons of spells that still ignite the floor. It's just
but it's not literally every single fucking one.
Yeah.
And it just makes me think of like, man, in early access, when people go, I hate this, maybe you should think about it. I still remember the Darkest Dungeon 1 release day in which corpses got added to the game the day the game came out. And it was the most divisive, angry shit ever. People were so fucking mad. Do you remember that?
Yeah. And now, hours and hours and hours later, let me tell you, I love corpses.
So, yes, but here's the point I'm trying to make with that. I don't understand why you would have early access for a game to test feedback, only to have one of the largest mechanical changes you make to the situation, like to the game, not be able to be affected by feedback. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I mean, I think that it always should be affected by it, but if there's something that they're sticking with their guns to, there might be other reasons. You know what I mean? And in this case, I feel like corpses are so crucial. Like, if you just said, no, fuck corpses, take them out, like, the way that they work now, or not even how not they work now, the way that I understand the game now, they're so essential that would have kind of actually fucked up.
No. I'm not saying this. They should have taken out corpses. I'm just like, the purpose of the early access is to get feedback and change things according to what people want, right?
Yeah.
And the corpse thing is a really funny example because they put this massive mechanical change right at the end, right?
Yeah.
The fucking the fucking stagecoach thing, like every single day of this game's life has been people going, I fucking hate this stagecoach shit. And the best they could do was the auto run on it.
Yeah. And I mean, the auto run really, really makes it not a big deal. Like, it's super. I don't know what else to say except it's like I felt like that fixed my problem with it. I'm satisfied with the auto run version of the coach as a solution because my whole thing was I don't play a turn-based game to have to actively do bad steering on a track, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't want to do bad racing in my turn-based moment.
So for me, when I activated the auto run, what happened is that every now and then I would hit the little pile of debris and get like an item here, an item there, the little things, and then I would horribly lose, right? Because I'm not good at Darkest Dungeon 2, and my brain would go, I fucking bet if I had the extra items from hitting every piece of trash in the street, I would have survived one more battle. And then that just loops back to me being pissed off about the fucking carriage section again.
No, you would not. That would not make
but it doesn't matter. That's how I feel in the moment.
Okay. That's not real, though. Like, that's super not real. It would not make the difference there, for sure. Yeah, I think what helps, I guess, in conclusion here is let's say that you're in early access and you're making changes and people are giving you feedback on something and you decide you're not going to change it. Maybe some transparency about why, because telling people what the point of something is or maybe doing something to make it more clear in game why this is, like corpses, for example, have a ton of strategic use. And
no, I don't mind corpses personally. I'm just using them as an example.
Right, but within that same example, I would say if they took a response to everyone being, or not everyone, but some people being upset about corpses and that being a part of the discussion in early access, use that option to kind of like have a explanation why corpses are here and like why you're not going to change it necessarily. Because if you just look like you're like, we hear you, we don't care, then I believe
they did that. I believe they did actually explain at length in like a big old blog post, like, here's what the deal with this.
Then wonderful, because I figured out over time how incredibly useful they were and why they're a thing, So with the carriage, I'm just guessing that it's the overtime stuff. But yeah, I definitely feel that, and as far as my how annoyed I was with it, they fixed what I wanted out of the situation, which was just like, I don't want to actively play, like, swerve and care,
I have sat down with Darkest Dungeon since they added the controller support, and it's fine. And every time I get to the in-between fight and the carriage starts, I just go, sucks so bad. Like, it's overwhelming.
But I will say this, like, the game around this topic that, because we brought it up each time because I know it's the craw in your, it's the whatever the saying is, but I mean, it's at this point it's so minor and everything else about that game is so fucking good.
It's not minor. It's like a fourth of your total time.
But the time spent in the coach or the item stuff? Because I feel like there's three things you can look at it, right? There's the part that bothered me, which is the steering, controlling, even having to bother pay attention to this. There's the time spent just traveling between locations. And then I guess there's the opportunity for the small little pickups you get versus missing them, right? When you take out the first one, I think the two ultimately are just like traveling to locations. That doesn't bother me. I don't mind the travel. I don't mind the little quips that pop up. The narrator says a line about the place you're about to arrive to, like, I don't mind seeing that location to location thing as a problem, because to me, the first game had a lot of walking in a straight line
Yeah, I
and
didn't
then
like
get
that
into the
either, to
next
be
fight.
honest. But at least that had like traps and shit that you had to deal with.
But there sometimes were traps. There's a lot of the times there weren't. Once you see the first one, you start thinking, oh shit, there will, they're going to be there. But they're pretty infrequent, right? You would just walk to a curio, walk to a door, and then kind of walk to the next fight. Most of the time, I would say 80%, 85, you're just holding forward, marching to the next thing.
This is where it kind of falls apart for me, because I'm like, if it's so nothing, then drop it. Like Slay the Spire does not have a part where you fucking travel for fucking a full minute in between card game battles.
Yeah, you just click and you jump to the next one. I mean, I was playing whatchamacallit as well, Fights in Tight Spaces again. Like, you just click to the next one and go. I think I think in the first game, the travel time, as someone was just pointing out there, like, it's building tension is the intent there as well. But in both cases, it's like you could skip it entirely. I'm not gonna say like it needs to be there. I'm just like, as long as it doesn't bother, like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't mind if the fight to fight time has that 20-second, like, I don't know.
Like I really feel like I want to go watch like a video of somebody going through like, a full stage. Like, I feel like it is like 1/5, 1/4 of the total time spent is just you sitting there watching it go.
It's not. That's lie. That's not true. That's far from the truth. I'm sorry. It's
really?
Yeah, it is. You spend about 10 seconds going from one coach location to another.
That is not. You do not spend 10 seconds. You spend way longer.
You spend I'm honestly, dude, it's seconds, and then when you get into the fights to me last a while, right? I feel like I'm going to say
no offense, Wooly. I don't mean to be rude, but yes, fights for you in games last a while.
Okay, well, they're still going to take up most of your time in this. I don't think, no matter who you are. Like, I think
but I'm talking like 25, 75%.
I would say like 20 seconds tops, maybe 15 seconds traveling in the cart, and then a given fight is like it feels dumb to get into the nitty-gritty of like how long the fight time is versus the seconds of.
That's really important. It's the same reason, like, when we play Street Fighter, like, time from the main menu to like getting into a fight is like important. Time, take Guilty Gear. Remember how long it takes to get into a match of Guilty Gear?
The fights themselves, sometimes you go to like round 6 or something, and you get round 7, an interminable conflict, and it's like, this fight has been going on for a couple minutes now. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the fastest fights are gonna be like a minute, maybe a minute and a half. But the reason why I guess I'm having a hard time breaking this down any further to me is because the things that like bother me, once they're not there, my experience with everything becomes smoother. So I can't anticipate how much that time is going to necessarily be a factor to how negative you see this, but to me the control being gone is the major part of it. So the 15 seconds, I like it's just not.
So I'm watching it. I'm skimming through somebody's like run now, and I'm watching like fights taking 1 minute, and then like the entire traversal of one branch taking also 1 minute. So it's actually way higher than I described.
Is it actually a minute, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'm wrong. I don't know. I
410.
I've played a whole lot of that, and I feel like
20. 410 to 530. Yeah, just go. Like, it's tons of time on the fucking carriage.
Okay. I'm not trying to, like, I'm not gonna It's almost like in the MK sense. I'm like, I'm not gonna say it's like it's a good thing. I'm gonna defend it. It needs to be there, and the card is great. It's like I'm just like I'm glad that they made it way less worse in a point to the point where I'm enjoying the game significantly more because of what's been done. But they could remove it more, I suppose. But the amount that's there is not to the detriment of my enjoyment of a really good game. That's where
Oh no,
I
obviously not to your enjoyment. I'm just like,
I can't argue on behalf of Red Hook. You know, like why not change it more or whatever. I don't know what to tell you except like
I feel. Is this going to make any sense? I feel frustrated by my own line of thinking because if I ran into Red Hook, I don't know how I would actually ask the question, because the question is, hey, this part of the game really sucks. Why didn't you take it out?
See, and I think that with each of these games, kind of similar to how we just touched on Bomb Rush, there's the point where it's like, there's a lot of cool stuff here. Here's a part that is the weakest part of the game. That sucks. I wish that would be fixed, or I wish they would change that, or perhaps take it out entirely, right? Now, how much does that weakest part of the game ultimately stop you from enjoying it, and how much does it get in your way from continuing to play it? Or if you retroactively are looking back at it, like how much would it knock off your score if you were doing a review? Like I can understand when there's a core element that like fucks the whole thing up for you. I can't think of any for myself like this where
is there any game that like you would otherwise like adore, but there's that one fucking thing that just makes you go nuts?
I can't think of anything really. I can think of like how I've brought up many times, and people have definitely went like, oh god, it's we're going back here again. But with World of Warcraft, god damn it, Warcraft 3. I remember just being overwhelmed.
What happen every time?
Because World of Warcraft is now, the word world comes before it because it's been 20 years of it, right? It's just what it is. I've never played Warcraft 1 and 2 as a kid growing up. I only got into StarCraft.
So painful.
I only got introduced to Warcraft via friends talking about it and stuff, so it was a background piece of thing in my brain. And then World of Warcraft took over the whole world, so that has become more associated together. And the Warcraft 3, which I did try to play at the beginning, I ran into the problem where I couldn't, so that's what it is.
You're not wrong, but it hurts.
Warcraft 3 overwhelmed me with its hero system in addition to the normal like method of play. And if I were a better RTS player, I suppose I could have handled it, but I couldn't, and it turned me off of the game.
You're right. Wooly, here's the thing. You're completely right. And I think history proved everyone who felt that way correctly, because games like RTS stopped having super complicated hero units. They just took those complicated hero units and made them the only character you fucking control. If it's the only character you control at all, sure, I can.
No problem.
I can hit W. I can hit E.
But I think that's the closest thing I can think of to like the fatal flaw where I would otherwise like it type of thing. I don't there's a lot of cases where I'll see that thing and I'll be like, damn, that's pretty annoying, but I'm still in for the ride. I still want to enjoy the rest of it, and by the end it'll be like, yeah, well, there was that bad part of it. That was dumb. I hate that they did that, but I can still enjoy the rest,
I feel like this speaks to a larger part of my personality, because I'm trying to, you're trying to make this a weird allegory. So like, I'll think of a food analogy, right? Everybody knows what food is, right? And I'm like, I have discovered the food analogy for this specific thing. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk's floaty controls and the carriage in Darkest Dungeon 2 is a pickle on your hamburger. To which someone says, like, just take the pickle off. It's like, it still reeks of pickle. It's ruined. It's ruined now. Like, a burger with a pickle on it is ruined. It's the saddest fucking thing in the world.
I understand that a pickle juice flavor will linger. I don't think these features are that bad for most people.
No, actually the lingering pickle juice doesn't work into the analogy. But like can I please have my Darkest Dungeon 2 without pickles. No, the chef says it must have pickles. They just made the pickles smaller. But I don't like pickles.
Then I guess the game's not for you.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
I feel like this happens to me like
it happens
every
to you
single
a lot.
day.
It happens to
like
you
every single day. There's a pickle on something.
You are the common denominator of all these pickles. You are, in fact, the thread that continues to link.
I asked
each
for
of
no
these
pickles.
Moments.
And they kept
there are many
on.
moments in life where we get something that is enjoyable, but there will be flaws in it because the people who make them are not us. There's many other people who.
Oh, no, hold on. I want to stop you right there. If I made something, it would be terrible. The only good thing I made is my adorable little person.
No. I'm not going there. That's not where I'm going with it. I'm just going to the point where, like, even the creator that knows how to make shit I love is probably going to be super into most of that what I enjoy, but will probably hate, but will like something that I'm not going to enjoy for even a little bit. I love the fuck out of Bayonetta, but holy shit, Kamiya loves those shooter shmups. Kamiya loves the fuck out of those shmups, and I like a good shmup. Who doesn't, right? But how much do you love shmups, bro?
You know what? That's a perfect example because like those stages are like a half pickle in that like. But I won't replay Bayo 1 because I don't want the Gen fight to be like every time you fight Gen in that game, the good fight, your thumbs hurt like shit from mashing through that afterburner thing.
Right. So a good shmup send up is always like, I enjoy them, especially when you see them switching between, in Paris where you switch between like R type shmups and then you go top view for a Raiden style shmup. Like, I love that. I that's great. But the overstaying of the welcome and the like, yo, you're really gonna enjoy Ace Combat for the next 5 minutes or plus is like a huge part of that, right?
Oh man.
Now somebody as we look at those as examples of somebody who knows how to make a fucking game that you're down with 90% of the ride, you get to that part where they're like, and you're down with this, right? But if you're not, you're like, ah. But for me, I guess I'm just like, that's not going to stop me from ever going back to that game, right? Similarly to if you hated Punch-Out but you played Wonderful 101, like that would be a slog, but it's not going to stop me from enjoying the rest of the game. So that's how most of the time I encounter these things, because I know that it's not going to be
somebody in the chat pointed out the Owlcat games, the Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, which are superficially similar to Baldur's Gate. They're, CRPGs. They will stop you every now and then and be like, hey, do you want to play a really bad half-baked city builder or crusade management sim? And you go, I really don't want to. And they're like, too bad. It's like a third of the game. It's terrible. Terrible.
I remember, for a while. I mean, I don't think as much anymore, but like back in the day when James Small was like, he had his things where he's like, if this game has unskippable cutscenes, fuck this game. If this game has QTEs, fuck this game. Like, don't waste my time.
That was like the most ridiculous. Yeah. I remember asking him like, well, how are you going to know what happens in the story? And he's like, if the story isn't unskippable, if the story is in cutscenes I can skip, then it's not worth seeing.
Because his experience was essentially like looking for arcade fun in video games. And like once I kind of understood that part of it, I was like, right, okay, we're looking for that type of enjoyment out of our sitting down to play the game experience, So, but anyways, I just, the things I love, right? The games that are my favorite, all of them, there's always a part or an aspect or a thing that is just, what the fuck? Why would you do it this way? And I don't think those ever stopped me from still really loving it,
Makes me bummed out, man. Like these are two games that I would otherwise probably like, if not for the one thing. Sucks. Like I use the burger analogy. I would rather eat nothing and throw food away than eat it with pickles on it. Like, you remember like as a child, like you overheard somebody going, well, if they're hungry enough, they'll eat it. No, starve.
I think there's stuff too where I I like when I can see how it's because this is also a sequel, right? Like you can
Hmm.
see how they took an aspect and like tried to turn it into a funner version of what it used to be.
Yeah.
So, because we're focusing so hard on this one thing that anyone who listens to this podcast is going to think that this game is half racing game, half or half fucking dark battle RPG battles, or whatever. And it's like it's really not. But
That's what it feels like.
because of how much time we spent micro focusing on the thing. But in Darkest Dungeon 1, for example, something that I remember I enjoyed initially was like the Hamlet and building it up. But there's a point you hit once you've mostly maxed out your Hamlet stuff where it just
Right.
kind of it becomes pretty rote and not there's not much to do. You're just like, okay, now once I've unlocked all the buildings and I have all my places to do stuff. All I'm doing is dragging people into their stress management places. You go to the cloister, you go to the bar, and then you just whatever. It's just background nonsense, right?
Mhm.
And the uh, uh, when they got rid of that, because this is the whole carriage based thing, you go to different inns now, and then all that stress management stuff is
It
now
happens there instead. Yeah.
it happens there instead, and that's also fusing the campfire from the middle of Darkest Dungeon
Yeah.
1
The
where
campfire is the town now, basically.
they fused them together. Exactly. So I'm like, oh, what a great idea, where you took part of this and part of that, but here's the monotonous part of this and here's the monotonous part of that, and you kind of put them together in one thing that makes sense. And when you're doing it at the inn now, each time I'm going through the inn, even though I'm used to it at this point, I'm still like, no, but I'm like, oh, let's shop, let's think about my build, where's my stress at? Okay, you've got too much stress, but your blight resistance is low. Let me see if and you do a little bit of like, you do more thinking in a way that like improves this massive step
Okay,
from what
I'm
used to be there to something here that's worth praising.
I'm starting to understand something about the way you're describing this and the way that you're doing fights and the way that you're managing your thing. So you know how I can get like decision paralysis? Like if there's too
Hmm.
many options, I go,
Hmm.
yeah, for whatever reason, I didn't have that with Darkest Dungeon 2 because like I would go in and like the inn would take like 60 seconds
Ooh,
and like
interesting.
the fights would be over one way or the other
Huh. Okay.
in like 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Because if I have to sit there and think too much, I'll actually just make no decision.
Okay.
So I just roll with it.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know. Like when the narrator says like like stop and consider your options when you click to move on, and like you go like what are my upcoming rooms? I go backwards. I go what are the rooms I have to pick? What are the routes? And if it's like the fucking the sluice, I'm like all right, we're doing the sluice. What does that mean? Let's go back and look at my build.
I don't
Let's
know.
look
It
at the
means I'm going to pick
characters.
left or right.
Yeah. No, I spend a little bit more than that planning out each stage before I go in, because especially there'll be times when, and this is again how it all works together really well, you'll get mastery points from the previous level, which means you can now take an ability of one of your characters and make it a really good one. Like you can, like max out that ability, and because that ability gets so good, you can actually rearrange the synergy of your four around one really good ability. So now you're gonna rearrange that synergy, and that'll lead to you thinking about how you should build up your speed and
Yeah,
resistances.
I'm thinking my thought process might be completely incompatible with this game because like everything you're talking about is the stuff that is in the way of doing the part of the game that's fun, which is fighting the battles.
Interesting. I'm having fun with the plan because when I put my highwayman second and I have the my berserker first, right? Boudica is there, and then I have it set up so that if the highwayman gets a chance to act before, he will do his duelist advanced, which pushes him forward. He'll get to the front of the line and have a counter ready to go, right? But when I got the ability to do massive damage off of his point blank shot, which is a thing that he does from the front line, it pushes him back. I switched their lines around and put him in a different rank and put his speed up. And because I put his speed up, everyone else, I made sure that they could support him as the point of the party instead of the way I was playing before I had that mastery point, you know? And that's like going from one level into another, how you can optimize. And the thing with this is, by doing what I'm describing, you make the really, really hard game that kills you all the time more manageable, right?
I gotta be honest, I kind of don't know what you're talking about, because I'm thinking back to my time with that game, and I'm like, my plan was to get into the fights and do better than I did the last time by making better choices in the fight.
Right. Now, the process of doing better choices means the way they killed you beforehand, you got to kind of think about that and do things to stop that from happening again.
Yeah, so pick better shoot in the fight.
And but the way you do that, of course, is better shoot in the fight, but if you find yourself like in a moment where, I can't attack this character that's doing tons of damage to me because he's all in the back and he's hidden, I better make sure that my character can reveal hidden characters, otherwise I'm just going to die again, right? So shooting good means, and shooting better second time means, let me turn on that ability to reveal hidden characters that I didn't have last time, because I know that this type of enemy is going to show up here, right? So it's learning from the loss and then trying to play a bit better the next time. And that's how the really, really hard game starts to get a little bit more manageable. But it's still brutal. But like thinking about it a little bit more is part of the fun. And then like taking on the bosses, especially where, you know, you have to beat a boss in order to make it to the mountain. You know, like all of that, you really have to think about your rows, and you really have to think about your resistance.
No, I don't want to. I just want to do it better. I want to Dante more button gooder.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. You know what? This might not. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon 2 may not be for me, because it sounds like you're describing labbing.
Now, for what it's worth, I only discovered that like through the trial and error, you know, of playing it a bunch. I butt my head into some enemies and kind of was like, I don't know what I'm doing here, and I don't know how to beat this, or I don't know what I'm just picking an ability and hoping it's going to do enough damage randomly. And then when I unlocked a pathway that had a thing that said like, hey, when you switch to this type of pathway with this character, these moves get better and these ones get worse. And I was like, oh, what does that mean? And I go to look at the moves and how they got better, and it's like, oh, you want me to primarily now, when I switch to this mode, use this character to do a different thing from the way they were initially set up. So the game is kind of implying how you should change your approach a little bit. So like, until I was kind of looking at that, I was just kind of like going, all right, let's see what happens, you know? But it rewards the tactical aspect of your approach. It really does. And I don't know, I find that fucking awesome. I really love it. Making a plan is very satisfying when it manages to come together, and it's really satisfying when it...
Is that what you're describing, making a plan?
And when it barely comes together and you just happen to scrape by, then you're like, oh, fuck, you know? So then you get to the next fight, and then you know where they're like, hey, do we charge in or do we run away? And I'm like, man, I'm bleeding out. I'm stressed out. I need a little more time for everyone to calm down and heal up. Fuck this fight. I'll take the damage to my heat, to my my light, you know?
Yeah.
And the stress.
This makes a lot more sense because everything about the planning of this game is miserable. And I'm like, I would like it to be over as fast as possible so I can get to the good part. This is explaining a lot,
strong word, but
as to why I am spending such a disproportionate amount of time in the carriage, because I'm spending 0 time in any of the planning phases. Yeah, I don't... Like this reminds me of when I was playing Slay the Spire and people were telling me sometimes you need to skip cards, a concept I still don't understand to this day, because they give you cards. Why would I skip the cards? That means I'm getting weaker by not getting anything.
No, you're getting weaker by getting too many cards, because the chances of drawing a weak card
So I should just
higher.
Play the whole thing with the same cards I started with?
Because the concept of a limited deck of cards means you have a higher chance of pulling the thing out. Right? And the thing that you're pulling out is going to be harder to get to if you want it, if there's more fluff in the way. smaller deck means you can get it more likely because it's odds. It's just
So
math.
I should just pick up no cards then.
No, you should pick up the ones that you think are a good balance. But
I do. Every card card looks like the good card because it does a thing.
I can't fucking like literally math. Like I you know.
You know what? I saw somebody make I saw someone make the comparison to a trading card game with Darkest Dungeon. Like if I had a button that I could hit that was like get the build from trading card game thing into Darkest Dungeon so I can just focus on doing the battles, I would click that in an instant.
Look, man, I realize something and I'm very clear about this. I'm like, as much as I sometimes have rhetoric ability, there's a lot of the times I don't, and I'm not good at getting a point across or explaining or whatever, right? So the fact that this is transferring a game that's really good outside of my own I like to lab bullshit into turning it into that is, I feel like a shitty thing and disingenuous for what this game is. Like, it's not me liking to lab that's the best part about this game.
What I'm
no,
I'm not saying that it's that. I'm saying it's that I hate
sort
it.
of a I get that. I'm saying like there's some popping up there of like it's Wooly liking labbing, and I'm like, it's so much not that. It's
no,
so
actually,
much better
it's
than that.
like what I'm saying is, if I could next deck Darkest Dungeon, I would do so instantly, and that game would be so great. Like once it reminds me when I was playing Runeterra and when I was playing Marvel Snap. Once I started to build decks, is when I stopped playing those games.
Like I couldn't. Instead, like when we were last talking about like Starfield, like I couldn't get to the point where I wanted to just say that like I'm looking at not the core of how the loops of these RPGs go, but just the literal writing and events of the story and the beats, and like the fact that I can't get to that point and bring it up and we go 20 minutes into the conversation is just like, I wish I was better at that. I really wish I could like stick to, you know, what's a more clear thing, because at this point all I'm left to say is like, this is a thing that I find fun about this. If you like these things, you might find it fun too. But if you don't like these things, it doesn't mean this game is not for you, because you might still enjoy it without the thing that I'm doing. I'm just taking an approach to it that like is leaning into what I find fun, you know?
I'm obsessed with figuring out why I don't like something. Okay. Because if I don't like something, I have to have a good reason.
Mm-hmm. What games do you like strategizing in? Tactics?
Nothing.
Okay.
Strategizing sucks. Just do it. Like when I played StarCraft, I would just build as many carriers as I could for the mission type and just rush it.
In Armored Core 6, when you switch your build up, would you consider that strategizing if it's failing?
No. Also, when I fought Balteus, I actually should have switched my build up, but instead I just fought him 40 more times. And then learned how to do it gooder.
But how can you play a game like Tactics without thinking
about Fantasy Tactics?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
You have to think about the placement and setup of enemies and how to.
Well, yeah, but that's. I guess Final Fantasy Tactics. I guess Tactics games.
Right, and to some degree, Front Mission carries a lot of that too, right? Where you're on that grid and you've got to position and, you know, anticipate a little bit.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay.
But for Front Mission 3, what I did was I looked up all the parts that gave you what skills and then picked the skills that I wanted from that, instead of building my robot and seeing what skills I got and then building the robot further along those skills.
Well, I guess all I can say then is just because we got to move on, right? But like, you know how you decide to, instead of do what the game's like presents you with in Baldur's Gate, you're like, let me sneak over this wall, let me go underneath this thing and steal all the TNT, and then make this guy think he's got the bomb to ignite it, but he doesn't. And
right.
Like you do all these little fun steps to like,
absolutely
have it pay off. It's just that. It's just that again. It's just finding a different thing to.
Is it? Because I feel like one is like planning, and then the same thing you were going to do anyway. Whereas in Baldur's Gate, it's I'm going to do something different.
Well, Baldur's Gate is an exceptionally good game at having tons of options to do things out of the box. In this case, other video games are not Baldur's Gate 3, certainly, but the planning, and or at the very least, it's not even planning as much as it is like thinking about your moves and how you're going to approach, you know? It like when I mean to go into Souls, like swinging that big great sword around and then eventually learning, oh wait, anticipate them coming beforehand so you hit them, you know, at the tip, right?
Right.
Or turn around after you don't lock on to do an unlocked on swing. Those little things that like get you better at those bits. It just feels like another version of that, except in this case it's like I put my move that works well, move A for character A works well with move B for character B, you know, and I click these two together and now I can use that for this thing.
I feel like Baldur's Gate, I have like my planning is like a single step, which is I wonder if I could do this. Whereas like when I was in the stagecoach, not the stage, when I was at the inn for Darkest Dungeon, I'm like, it's look at the stage you're going to go into, and then trying to remember what kinds of things that it's going to have, and then see what kind of items I could buy to prep myself, and all this micromanagement that I'm just like,
I mean, for what it's worth, the equivalent of net decking in Darkest Dungeon is you can just jump on the wiki and look at some, you know, suggestions.
Yeah. So unfortunately, you're completely right. But like when I net decked, my criteria was, can I hit a button that just imports the deck entirely without me even having to look at it? Like when I would like, oh, hey, I'm playing Runeterra and I'm net decking, I was using an app to import the deck, and then I would play the deck. I wouldn't look at it. Like, because that's a waste of time. I would learn the deck by playing it.
Well, again, it's a bummer that it hits you in a way that is sometimes an impassable hurdle. I think for most people, the concept of letting a plan pay off in the game usually is not a bad thing. Like, it's usually enjoyable. If there's an aspect of the game where you can not plan and just kind of impromptu figure it out, a good game will allow you to approach things in a variety of ways so that people that are more impulsive and people that are more, you know, strategic can both enjoy the game. But like, I would say that like if a game kind of presents itself as about a certain thing and then like rewards you for going into that way of thinking, then I genuinely like that, you know? I didn't know that about myself, and this is part of how, when I've been playing all these new games that are outside of my comfort levels, discovering that the game has a rule set and it wants you to follow it, and then it forces you to adjust what you like into what it's asking you to do. I kind of was like, ooh, okay, I trust your guidance here, right? When I go into, I mean, to use Souls again, you can't just swing at everything aggressively.
Yeah, no, you need to meet it on its own terms.
But the most recent example of that being Silent Hill 2, right, and Silent Hill 1 are like, no, you are going to play this at the pace we are dictating. If you try to break that, you're going to struggle. And that breather it forces you to take was one where I'm like, okay, then show me what's next, because I'm not used to what you're showing me. And if it works out, then I'm like, oh, this is cool. You had a plan for this. And I like getting out of my comfort zone, even if it's going to be a pathway that makes sense, you know?
Yeah, there was actually a hard drive article about this, now that I think about it, where it's game teaches gamer new mechanic that he will then ignore. I saw somebody say like about investing mental energy, and it's like, yeah, no, I get to a point in something like Darkest Dungeon, and it goes, okay, now it's time to manage your items, and my brain goes, yeah, I don't want to do that, and if it leads to me losing, then I will just stop playing rather than engage in this.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, like I'm willing to confront something a little bit like outside of my comfort zone and then try to see where it goes. If I recognize it for something that I genuinely always find not that interesting. Okay, here's a good example. Crafting. I almost always hate crafting.
Oh, dude, you know? Baldur's Gate 3, I have not crafted one item.
And if the game is like, yeah, but now it's mandatory, right? Then that would be
time to stop.
Right, that would be really bad. But
time to just stop.
But as someone who hates crafting, I'm in most games I've played, I've been fine ignoring it, you know? And for
remember how Elden Ring had crafting?
No.
I know, right?
And so for people that love crafting, it's there certainly, but like I when a game has crafting, like if I'm not going to say fuck this game because it has crafting, I'm not playing it, because I think that's the point where everyone goes, Wooly, you fucking asshole, are you insane? The game's great, just don't craft.
No, it's
you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, so I just don't craft, you know?
Hey, can you hold on a second? I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back.
BRB. All right.
Hey, I'd like to apologize for sidetracking that conversation so badly.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm now realizing the core, the absolute nugget of the insane thing that leads to that thought process. Which is I'm attempting to be open-minded. I should be able to enjoy everything. I should be able to like everything if I give it a fair chance.
Interesting. I don't feel that way.
I want my tastes to be as broad as possible.
I see. I'm trying to do that with the, opening up my horizons and stuff, but there's definitely stuff where I'm like, I don't know if that'll ever be for me. And that's fine, When I look at an MMO and I see the breadcrumb based game design, I kind of realize that like it might not ever be for me. If someone does make one that is for me, it'll probably be because I'm being distracted by a bunch of other things it's doing that are more to my tastes. But for the most part, I'm okay with the fact that I'm just not an MMO guy. Like, that's fine, man.
I just had like the strangest mental image of like, I should be able to, like, if every type of game is a food, I should be able to enjoy all of them. But someone is going around putting pickles on most of them.
Every single dish. Yeah. No.
And everywhere I turn, there's more pickles.
I legitimately like see certain things and genres and things, and I'm just like, I can't even begin to interface with this, But I'll give it an earnest shot, and sometimes the shot will be, I understand why this is fun, but to people who like that, but I don't, But but there's an acceptance step.
I have a follow-up. Do you ever like sit there and you're like, I am giving this an honest shot, and then you walk away and you're going, did I though? I feel like I did.
Yeah.
But did I?
It's called Hunter x Hunter. Speaking of anime.
Oh God.
The live action One Piece is real.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it, and it's good. Like it's.
How much have you watched?
A couple scenes here and there.
Okay.
Like I saw like a longer scene of like Buggy doing Buggy stuff, and I'm like, this is much better than I was anticipating.
So I watched half of the first season so far. About that's the 4 episodes. As someone with no actual connection whatsoever to the source material, besides reading the debut chapter when it came to Shonen Jump a million years ago, it ain't bad, man. It's pretty fun. I think the important thing to kind of keep in mind is like, it's just because I'm not thinking about, how faithful or how not faithful this is, or how, this would play out in manga form. I'm just watching a fucking pirate show on drugs. It is just the most cracked out, insane fucking LSD trip of a pirate show.
I am astonished
with a budget
at like a character like Kobe, right? And I'm astonished that a manga known for its horrible looking, ugly characters was able to like legitimately perfectly translate that horrible, ugly look into a live action thing. It feels like they're like, dude, the actor's gonna look like a fucking idiot with giant glasses and bright pink hair. And they went, yeah, that's One Piece.
Yeah. Like, I think though that like, because of the art style Oda goes for, the tone matches and from my understanding of One Piece is that the tone of the wacky characters matches the wacky things happening in the world until it suddenly doesn't, and everyone's like, "Oh shit!" Right? So, in this case, you're watching that wild ass tone applied to reality, and you're trying to make sense of it, and it's like no, it's just not really going to. It's gonna be wild and insane. And just as long as you take it in as if it was a fucking LSD trip, right?
So in a world that we live in which we're still dealing with give Wolverine the goddamn yellow costume, and then they go, no, that would look stupid, to which people go, yeah, give him the yellow costume. It's like really refreshing to see characters in One Piece that look ridiculous, and then I see the actor version of them look just as ridiculous.
But at the same time, there is a shift that is sometimes different, but it feels like is in the same spirit, so to speak, right? Again, like I know very little, but I know that Luffy wears his red shirt, and that's his deal. Well, like here they're wearing different clothing, but the idea of dressing that way with the straw hat and how goofy that is by comparison to all the fucking big, strong, crazy badasses or sleek, cool, whatever pirate badasses, and the samurai pirates and the ninja pirates and the clown pirates, that energy is like, I don't know if Luffy ever wears a Hawaiian shirt in the manga, but it definitely feels like that suits the tone of this type of goofball here, right? Because he's wearing, there's points where he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt as his like thing, because he's just got that kind of energy to him. Something particularly notable as well that I felt is when you look at how a plucky shonen protagonist tends to be in one of these types of things, like the energy of having that big smile and just indomitable spirit is very like clear. You go like, oh, this is the guy that doesn't care about the danger or the threats.
Oh, Luffy's the pluckiest,
right? He doesn't care about how oppressive things are or about the way the world works. He's just like, nah, man, I'm just gonna do it, right? I just believe in myself, right? And that you can do that in live action, but it definitely reads as kind of autistic when you see him doing it in the show. Like,
what's your special interest, Luffy? Pirates.
It reads as someone who sometimes is like, hey, I'm just kind of not paying attention to what you're saying because I'm focused on my own thing right now, but that's fine, right? And the way of overcoming problems is like, Luffy, do you understand the situation that's happening and how serious it is? It's like, yeah, don't worry, it'll work out. And you're like,
wow,
okay.
Sanji, that's like an incredible story you just told me about your dad. Does that mean you want to be my pirate friend?
Yeah, like, it's so wild, you know? And then, like, when you just read it in fucking manga form, I'm sure, or in anime, you're like, oh, the music will play, the sun will shine, and he'll be like, ha, join my pirate crew. And then, da-da-da-da, yeah, adventure, you know? And here you're just like, you're just not picking up, are you, on the mood right now? But damn, that's actually how this is going to work.
It's fascinating because Goku always played like brain damage, which he has. Mm-hmm. Like Goku seems like a person that can't like understand the consequences of his actions because Goku is like legitimately like disabled. He got a bump on the head as a child, right? But Luffy doesn't play like that. Luffy plays like idealism made manifest in a human being. Like to every possible absurdity.
Yeah, and it's funny to just see, like, again, the real life version of the deadpan stare at his goofy smile and being like, whatever, okay, you know. And that same energy, I suppose. Like, I don't know what kind of personality Zoro really has, but I'm assuming from all the artwork and stuff that he's pretty much, you know, edgy cool guy and, you know, dead serious.
It's lost easy. That's his
but
personality, is he can't read a map.
but like the little things of putting that into the, I guess, the way he's being played IRL is like, that dude is like, oh, I know a dude like that. I know a dude who like is totally just like that quiet and self-serious, and then like has those moments of like, wait, did you seriously just say that? You know, like what the
Well, no. Zoro is a stupid guy who doesn't like black people. That's his character. Are you not familiar with that? Are you not familiar
you want to
with
fill
person
me
of
in?
color Hunter Zoro?
You want to fill me in?
Oh yeah, you don't know that? You don't know that? Dude, every person he has fought for like 8 years has been like a black guy.
Oh, he did kill that black guy in the first episode.
Every single one.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, like, is this meme true or is it true?
Oh yeah, no, it's a stupid meme.
Okay, meme true. All right, got it. All right. Yeah, you kind of, you have that like thing of like, oh, you're not that smart. You're just quiet. You know, you just keep your thoughts to yourself most of the time. You know, but yeah, no, it is a fun romp that is definitely doing work to, I want to say the footage was dropped and overwrote Cowboy Bebop .zip. Yeah. You know, like, I want to say like the as they dropped the full 8 episodes on, they dropped them directly on top of Cowboy Bebop.
I feel like Cowboy Bebop and the One Piece adaptation are perfect counterparts to each other because it emphasizes the amount of care that sincerity means compared to cynicism. Like the Cowboy Bebop adaptation was like violently cynical. Like it felt like it was being written and directed to you on the assumption that you weren't going to like it.
Okay, so I'm going to challenge that, and I'm going to say that could be what you can attribute the difference to, or you can attribute the difference to the creator holding a gun to the heads of the team making it.
Maybe.
And Shinichiro Watanabe being wherever the fuck he is, finding out about it, going, what is happening, versus Oda fucking, you know?
I do have as somebody who, I mean, I haven't watched the One Piece show. I probably will, maybe this week or next, but I do have a complaint that I have to ask people that would know. What's up with Usopp's nose? We can get all these ugly freakazoid characters, but you can't put a fake schnoz on that boy?
What's he supposed to look like?
He is supposed to have a fucking Pinocchio-ass schnoz.
Oh my god. He's so much more handsome.
He got handsome.
Yo, he was Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he's supposed to be like fucking loser-ass Cyrano de Bergerac.
Oh, wow. So wait, what did Kaya look like?
So overall, the casting seems really on the nose. Right? Like, they got closer with a lot of the characters than I expected. For good and for ill.
Damn, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, he's also got them lips, though. So, you know, yeah. No, that's fine. We can do without that. Ultimately, I get now when I see him looking that goofy, I get his energy a bit more. Yeah. Right. He was kind of the clown shoes kid in the village, and okay. In any case, though, I mean, yeah, I think that's the right approach to take to it. I'm hearing that, like, they're being liberal about changes and stuff, but so far they're all like fine.
I'm being informed what the deal with his nose was. They did not want to deal with the prosthetics, and it didn't really tie into his character beyond the visual gag of him being a liar. Whereas, I never put it together. I even said Pinocchio nose and didn't even make the connection.
Yeah, actually, that's true. Boy Who Cried Wolf.
Well, his
That
name.
makes sense. Whoa, we just lost Pat. BRB.
In the middle of that Discord.
Discord updated in the just now. That's
Sure.
cool. That's
Thanks for the
awesome.
update, Discord.
Okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, okay. I think I understand what they're going for now a bit more under seeing that. I think the because it's very clear when you're with the clown what they're going for. You know,
He's a fucking clown.
Now that being said, there's definitely like there's two things that you have to accept going into this a little bit. And it's interesting too because I've talked about for years about the whole like Leonardo holds swords but kicks everybody to death or
That's the
doesn't.
worst.
He just kicks
That's
them
terrible.
around. Like here, right off the bat, Zoro's like, nah, that's a disemboweling right there.
Yeah,
But
that'll
then
cut
there's
people.
but then like there are a couple of like damage slash moments as opposed to like actual like sword threats. But whatever, it's just TV show playing out the way it does, and things have to do what they do, and a fight has to be a fight. The there's something about the way it's being directed that is like, I don't know what it is, but they really maybe One Piece originally had this, maybe it didn't, but they fucking love that fisheye lens. They love that up close, directed by fucking god damn it, Battlefield Earth
Bez.
fucking camera, Dutch angle moment, the campy up close, John Travolta shit. That is like, why so much? There's so much of it. It's effective sometimes, but like when you do it a lot, I just start noticing it every time. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember the TV show having any of that because that doesn't really make any sense for an anime.
Yeah, they use it a lot, and like, it just reminds me of other things that used it a lot, like yeah, Battlefield Earth, and like also space or sci-fi channel shows. Like Mortal Kombat Conquest type energy, Relic Hunter, and RoboCop the TV show. It's a little bit of that energy, like when you use it, when you overuse it. I don't know, but in any case, it's very much, now I'm just taking note of it every time it happens. And yeah, shout outs to Go. I love that board game. It's my favorite, and they actually sit and play it for a while.
I also watched an anime TV show this week because I was way behind on it and I figured I'd give it a shot. I watched the first half of Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Oh,
And I specifically like because Cyberpunk version 2 is coming out this week, so I'll watch Edge Runners. That seems appropriate. And I said, on social media, I was like, hey, I guess I should get on that. And I was inundated with people telling me like it might be the best thing that Trigger's ever made.
uh-oh.
And I'm like, what? Like, I have heard nothing but people talk about how great it has been for over a year, 2 years now. And it's fine. It's okay. Like, I'm kind of waiting for the story to start halfway through. Like, it looks really good.
I think the best thing they've ever done is extremely hyperbolic and wrong. That's way blowing it up, but I like it a lot. I think it's really good, and
It's so slow.
and I like it. I like it more than Promare. I think I
Oh,
which
you're nuts. You're fucking crazy.
okay, that's fine. But I'm enjoying the way it's going. In fact, I have moments where I don't find it fast. I mean, I don't find it slow. I think like uh, the first episode goes so insanely quick at like setting up how garbage dude's life is. I was like, oh my
Mhm.
god, the breakneck speed of this is wildly fast. If anything,
What?
you know. The I mean the tragedy that happens in his life and how fucking garbage it just kind of comes together. Like
Hold,
that'll
hold,
happen so quickly.
hold on. Hold that thought for a second. I want to point out something. Somebody says Pat only watched the first 5 episodes and doesn't know why it's good. I watched 50% of a television program. Like I don't like. Well, you and I both subscribe to the 3 episode. Like, give it a
4.
shot.
I do the 4,
3 or
give it a
4,
shot.
right? And it like this. It's getting longer and longer of how much you have to go before you can say anything
Ignore
about
that.
it.
Ignore that. Shut up. Ignore that. What do you think about what you saw?
I think it's visual. I love the coloring, like in particular.
Really, really good with the world. Yeah.
Um, I'm kind of bored through most of the episodes. Like I keep waiting for them to to start. Like when
Damn.
is the main
Okay.
story going to start?
Okay. For
Like it all
me,
just seems like meandering little side things that
so
don't go anywhere.
I guess there's like for me like the first couple of episodes were just like so quickly they felt fast paced to me because again like the focus on this dude's life sucks and here's how insanely oppressive and garbage this world is and this city is and like you know again everything with his mom is just like right away you feel that and well at least I felt so and then there's like what is this other thing happening over here the lead into I guess like the gang and what the norm of being a part of that is and stuff like that is like it takes a couple episodes I suppose but that's not what I was waiting for. I was just already looking at like the the shit life this kid was dealt and what do you do with that, you know? And when I look at and from that perspective I guess I didn't feel like those parts were set up as much as they were just like this is the setting of the world and like what comes next is
Well, so
anyone's guess.
part of the thing for me is that all the stuff that sets up the world means nothing to me because I already know the world. Like I don't, right? Like obviously it has to stand on its own, right? But like the parts where I'm like, oh look, oh there's Trauma Team or there's Max Tech or there's talking about cyberpsychosis or what have you. Yeah, I know, but I understand that it needs to be there, and like the first episode encounter with the rich kid and the car accident I was interested in. Everything else I'm just like get on with it. Like it has a trigger logo on it. I expect it to be 5 episodes worth of content in 12 minutes. It's so slow.
I like I said
These are the people that have Gamagori falling past the edge of the screen.
maybe
Because there's no time to animate him.
maybe the fact that you're familiar with it from the game it makes a difference here, you know? As someone who's being introduced to the setting, I was definitely, you know, hooked in nice and early with those two things. And then the rest of it definitely was like, I want to know more about this world and the setting and what's going on. And so I was pretty invested. If you are looking at the stuff you're already familiar with as like kind of like filler, and then what's the next unique thing about this aspect, and that could be it. That could be it.
Like the last like every time they deal with cyberpsychosis as like a primary theme, I'm like, okay, this is fascinating. And somebody in the chat asked if I like Rebecca, the character. I think she's the standout. She should have been the main character because she's dynamic and fast and interesting instead of slow and boring.
I disagree, but I love her. And the reason why I disagree is based on the conclusion of the story as well.
Okay.
And so to that, I would say, with everything else, this is the type of point where I'd be like, yeah, if you're not feeling it, then so be it, right? But I think I would say for you, ride this one out, just in case.
No, I'm absolutely going to finish it. I just have one big question.
Yeah.
Is the fact that I really dislike Lucy entirely going to be a problem going forward?
Well, when you put it
because
that way,
I can't stand that character.
When you put it that way, there's no answer you can get that isn't not going to be like, well, obviously it's going to be a problem. You've set it up to be a problem. There's no way it can't be a problem.
It's like David is spending half the fucking show pining over this character that sucks.
Well, then yeah, yes, it will be a problem for sure. You can't avoid that. She's top billing number 2. So do you like David?
Yeah, I like David a lot.
Okay.
My issue is that the character he spends most of his time with is a character I don't like, and all the characters that I would like to see more of either get killed or have very little screen time, or like. He joins like a big
news
crew,
at 11.
Right?
Pat likes Asuka, doesn't like Ray.
There's a big crew,
More
right?
at 6.
That starts up the show, right? There's here's a bunch of cast of characters, right? And all the characters that I want to see more of will leave the scene so that the character I don't like can stay and whine about the moon.
Yeah. Again, ride it out. You might like some of what they do. You're gonna not like some of what they do for sure, but you might enjoy a bit of where it goes in terms of at least, David and the gang. Yeah, you might dig it, but you're definitely gonna not like some of it for sure.
Also, for like a 10 episode run, I'm kind of shocked at like some of the animation quality. Like, there's a lot more of there's Trigger has like a version of them that's like really rough and wacky, like very, like, how to put this, very super deformed, very exaggerated, low animation speed that keeps coming up like a lot, like over and over. Like the in the 3rd or 4th episode, they run into the 2 bikers that have the arm blades. Like that whole encounter is like animated like shit until the last second.
Yeah, it's been a minute, so I don't remember the specifics of, I guess, some of those scenes and which ones were higher budget, so to speak. I can tell you that things end on a very Trigger-ass, budget. The things get very, very over the top.
Yeah, somebody named it. The fight I'm talking about is the Tiger Claw scene, in which it's super rough and super janky up until the final moment with the large explosion.
I'd have to watch it again. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I feel like it didn't stand out to me in any. Nothing stood out the way like Gurren episode 4 stood out, for example. Right? Like.
Fucking no.
Yeah. But. Yeah, I don't know.
It like right now it feels extremely strongly like a bought video game spin-off anime rather than its own thing. Did you get what I mean by that?
Not 100%.
Like it feels like the VHS tape that came with your deluxe edition of Lunar.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Again, I unfortunately, I feel like I'd be in a better place to break down things that I'm enjoying if it was like fresh in my memory. But
Dude, I think the funniest reaction I've ever seen in my life is people going, "You're so wrong," and then people also defending it, going, "That's the point, dumbass." Like, but am I wrong? Is it the point?
I don't know. I the only thing again, I don't. It's been a minute, but the only thing I can say is just like pacing wise, yeah, that I couldn't disagree more. It felt like it was going so fast to me,
Really?
But yeah, but again, maybe as you pointed out, my introduction to the setting,
Because the first
versus your
episode feels so
familiarity with it.
cliched. It feels like so cliched.
I don't know. I really, again, I'm gonna go back to it, and I guess, and I mean, I suppose spoilers for early Cyberpunk Edge Runners if you don't want to hear anything about that, but to go further in this discussion, I think I have to bring it up. Like, just everything about how unceremoniously his mom's fucking corpse was just commodified was like,
Yeah, but that's part of the setting that already exists. People know that.
well, I'm getting introduced to it and I see that and I go, oh my God, that is horrifying. Right.
Okay.
And then
So,
we
okay,
take
let
it,
me
and we start and then take it from there.
let me okay, hold on. Let me try and bring up what I'm talking about here. Okay. Cyberpunk 2077 is a fairly interesting cyberpunk dystopia, right? This takes place and it's like poor kid, good school, dead mom, yada yada, falls into a bad crowd kind of story, right? When am I going to see something as weird as a born again Christian who's getting slated for the death penalty consenting to being crucified live on camera?
Who's that?
That's a side quest from the game.
Okay.
Like when are they going to do something weird with the existing interesting setting? Like, it just feels
That sounds like a cool side quest. I don't know.
Also, when is the conflict of the show going to start? Like, the show has no conflict now. Like it's been like the build up. Like if this was Breaking Bad, right?
The first half, I think, if I remember correctly, is the like David falling into the world, right? It's
Yeah, the first 5 episodes are okay. People are saying it starts on the next one. Okay.
Yeah, it's David falling into the world, and then it introduces a problem, and then there's like the struggle to solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
But and then obviously things, get worse and better and worse. But this part that you're talking about, at the very least, from what I recall, I remember just being like, all right, this is almost watching a sports protagonist anime, sports anime protagonist getting introduced to the world of whatever the sport is, as they go, I don't know anything, and they're like, oh, you gotta know, and so you're just kind of like following into that. And I guess I'm looking at those things, I'm like, that's cool. I want to know more about that. But it definitely picks up,
What I mean is, it's like, okay, so like, well, we'll take Cowboy Bebop, right, which had it's completely unrelated plot episodes and the plot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cyberpunk Edge Runners, I feel like none of the first 5 episodes are standalone things. They're all part of a larger, setup, but nothing's happening. Like, yes, David is rising. He's becoming more confident with the okay, when is it going to start? And the idea that it's going to start halfway through its runtime is wild. That's like It feels like Walter White has started to cook meth in season 3 of Breaking Bad. Like,
yeah, I can only chalk this up to you're already familiar with Night City and everything going on, so like you're looking for the flavor of the quest within the setting you're familiar with. Whereas I'm looking at the setting itself as something I'm interesting to discover more about and to see more of, like looking at locations and hearing, how mechanics of things work and introducing different aspects of the enhancements and the drugs and the things that they go through and the language they use and all that stuff. As I'm hearing it for the first time in those first episodes, it's interesting to me because I'm like, oh, this is a cool world that I can feel living behind what they have introduced to me.
so I'm seeing a lot of like ADHD, blah blah blah, and a Zoomer brain or whatever. But like, no, my expectations are based off of the logo on the fucking thing that says Trigger. By episode 3 of Gurren Lagann, I was yelling at the screen. By episode 2 or 3 or 4 of Kill la Kill, of these are 26 episode runs, I'm like, how is it going to keep going higher?
This is a deliberately like different paced series of events though. Like and again, like I feel like it's a deliberately going the way it's going, where you start with like, again, breakneck speed Night City tragedy, and then you go, here's this world you're entering, and here's how deep it goes, and here's how you kind of lose yourself, and then the next parts, which whatever I'm not going to describe, but it then the logical conclusion of this followed by the logical conclusion of that, and then we tie it all together, right? Each of those things I think works for the body of what it is, even though it's not like in the same style that Kill la Kill and Gurren did. I know Trigger's great at what they do, but I'm also gonna just look at the piece for what it is as a tie-in to Cyberpunk, perhaps. But I'm like, does it work on its own? And by the end, I definitely felt like it does, but it doesn't necessarily have to follow the pacing of the other Trigger things. If it ends up being successful at what it goes for, I think.
You're right, but I personally don't feel like it's been very successful right now. Like me and Paige are both watching it, and we don't talk about it after the end of the episode. we just go do something else, or maybe watch the next one. It's like I just like. The guy's in love with the shitty girl and he's falling into crime. When is it gonna go? When am I gonna get to the drama or the conflict or the stakes?
Not every romance can be Koichi and fucking Psycho. But I'd say this. Like, definitely just finish it out and know that you're probably not going to like some of what's coming, but the stuff that, if like for David's story, I feel is a nice one, beginning to end, and I think you hopefully will enjoy that part of it. Now, if there's anything that happens in the source material that is just revisiting this and not revisiting this, if anything happens in the source material that is like makes this look like not that big of a deal because holy shit, it's going way harder and shit does that a million times over, then I can't speak to it because I haven't played it, but I do appreciate him and his story. I'm gonna pull this is the final thing I'm gonna say about Edge Runners. Somebody in the chat named Couch Potato says, can someone explain why Pat thinks Lucy is terrible? Sorry, shitty. I just thought she was boring. Yeah, she's boring. That sucks. I'm watching a TV show to get entertained. Boring as death. Oh, Mm-hmm.
Oh God, it's the worst. It's the most horrible thing you can ever do.
I also think sometimes, like, I don't know if do you feel like you're the kind of person where the process of this conversation will solidify even where you are at, so that like no matter what comes, it's kind of
No, absolutely not.
fucked.
Like what can happen is like the second half can like do all the like supposedly the plot starts one episode from where I am, at which point I can become invested because there's like a long-term like goal, and I can just go, yeah, man, whoo, that first half is whatever, but that second half though, woo, right?
Okay.
Like I feel like I am 10 episodes in and Walt hasn't cooked a single meth.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
Well, if you hate Jesse, you're not gonna like.
No, Jesse's not. Lucy is.
You're not.
No.
You're not gonna like.
No.
Camaro.
No.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No.
All right. So, anyways, let's just let's get on with it.
Unity bad.
Yeah. Hey, this week, if you want to check out the streams, I'm gonna be doing some stuff. So, we're gonna have a Wednesday off because some construction and some final research program tests are going down. So I'm gonna be out for that. But we will be doing a couple things. So one. Gonna be checking out some more of that Baldur's Gate. Gonna be doing hopefully some FF16. I'm gonna see, although I might do World Tour too. I might switch that in actually. And then at a date to be confirmed, we are also going to do a quick sponsored stream for RE4 remake. So tune in for some of that. More details to follow.
Just not separate ways.
Hmm?
Not separate ways, like regular RE4 remake.
Oh well, I mean, the focal point is that Separate Ways is coming out and going to be a thing. But I mean, I don't know if jumping into that directly would.
No, I don't think you'd be able to. I think you would have to.
Yeah, exactly. So, I would. I mean, I'm sure that would make sense, but that's not really how we can do it, right? So, yeah. Anyway, wasn't BG3 dropped? Who said that? Was it me or was it your own brain? Who said it? I don't know. Check it out. And of course, over on Willy versus the Algorithm, these shorts coming your way as well. Willy versus on Twitch, Willy versus on YouTube.
Oh, what am I doing this week? Oh my god, Baldur's Gate, fucking Separate Ways, maybe some Titanfall. I'm doing a lot of shit this week. I can't even keep track of it. But go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
Yeah. Okay.
If you need more bad opinions about Cyberpunk and Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt and Darkest Dungeon and card games.
Dude, I mean, like, I feel like sometimes you pick me up and put me in front of the net and then start kicking balls, and I'm like, I'm not playing for this team. Why are you putting this jersey on me? What the fuck is happening? I'm just like, dude, I don't know. And you're like, like you liked it, block the goal, and I'm like, I thought it was all right, I guess.
The only thing I think I have left to say about Cyberpunk is that, like, I am like very, very affected by people's positive talk about something. Like when somebody tells me, like, okay, I really like Law and Order, right? I really, 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 really like Law and Order. I fucking love Law and Order. I've watched Law and Order a billion fucking times, right? I've watched SVU a billion fucking times. And one time I said that, man, I love Law and Order. And then someone overheard that and turned to me and said, yo, if you like Law and Order, you should watch The Wire. The Wire makes Law and Order look like dog shit. And I went, I don't think it's going to make Law and Order look like dog shit. And then they said, no, it's so good. It's so good you'll look at Law and Order and say, that's dog shit. And I went, I don't know about that, Wooly. And then I didn't watch The Wire on purpose for like 8 years. So when I mentioned Cyberpunk, and I'm inundated with, oh my god, it's so incredible, it's so amazing, it's the best, and like I'm expecting to be impressed, and it makes me think that like I need to start like watching or playing things in secret so that people's like positive expectations don't build me up, because otherwise I'm just disappointed.
I guess that's perhaps why I try to not constantly talk too much about stuff like whenever I like Vagabond or Legend of the Galactic Heroes comes up, I'm like, yeah, just check it out. You might like it or you might not, but it's my favorite thing, and I don't want to overhype or overblow anyone's opinions on something, because if you come into it with expectations too high, then you're kind of setting up to failure. So
I'm torn on Vagabond because like I was like the way you talked about it, I'm like, I should check that out once it's finished, which has now become like a complicated topic.
Sure, Berserk is in the same boat, I suppose.
Oh, I kind of wish I could go back in time and unread it until it's finished, because this sitting around waiting for decades is lame. It's lame as hell.
Yeah. You know, you have the power to go back to conversations, and I'll have to take your account of how they go, because I have no recollection, and my
you don't remember
sucks.
that? Oh, dude, it was so vivid.
So
it burned into my soul. I've told that story to like 100 people.
Sounds insanely hyperbolic, but I can't really defend anything because I don't remember. You know, sounds like sounds like you're padding it up a little bit, but
the only way we would be able to like get a version of you to believe the version of that story I told you is if you got a hold of somebody like Josh, who I would have remarked the story as I told you to it like 13 years ago. And he'd be like, yeah, I remember Pat telling me that story 13 years ago, 2 years after it happened. Okay. But that's like the closest you could get to it.
I'll ask him about it. You know.
But that's only if I told him that.
Sure. And you know what? And I'll go as far as to say this too. A lot of things that I do now are a result of me not liking the way I did things in the past, right? So being very sensitive about how I recommend things to people, and being, you know, sensitive about how I quote things or bring things up or say, hey, did you know this? Or all of that shit. In the same way that I've been conditioned with this gig to talk that way, I've also been conditioned to, like, yeah, just not go hard or to, you know, not blow the expectations out of the water. So if this is also something where I definitely could have, you know, done that, and I think if I did, that was a shitty way to go about it, because I'm definitely sensitive towards that now, especially knowing how I see that affects
I think you're taking a lot more emotional context out of this than I did even at the time. I thought that was hilarious, but then didn't watch it.
Okay. I mean,
reminds me of there was a precipice I was on for a while of very publicly refusing to play Undertale forever, because oh my god, it's incredible. It's the best thing ever. You gotta, oh my goodness, you gotta play as Undertale. Oh my god. It's the most annoying fucking thing in the world. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, does Vinny do that with Undertale? Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. I mean, I also started playing and watching things in secret too, right? To avoid some of that, and
Finished Cyberpunk before saying anything.
Me?
No, should I have like?
Maybe.
Should I have just waited till next week?
Well, maybe, but I didn't realize throughout the course of this conversation that like you were coming at it based on like me and my feedback. I thought you were coming at it just based on curiosity for it, but the fact that like I'm instrumental in liking it enough to have
Wait, what? What? What do you mean?
Well, you said that like I thought the point of the analogy to Law and Order was also that I liked Cyberpunk a lot, and so I talked about how much I liked it on the podcast.
What? No. No.
Oh, I thought the Wire Law and Order analogy was a bit of a like, and therefore when you talked about Cyberpunk in that way, here's how that kind of played out.
What?
No?
No. No, I was using it as an explanation of high expectations lead to me for like a dramatic possibility of disappointment. There's no connection between you and Edge Runners. I mean, I remember you saying you watched it and that you really liked it, but I'm specifically talking about like the general reception of it as absolutely fantastic. Every time I've seen it brought up, every time I've seen people talk about it, everyone's like, oh my god, it was so incredible, oh my god, I loved it so much. And it's like I feel totally disassociated with the generalized reception.
I thought that was focusing or bringing a connection point between like, because I really liked Edge Runners, and I remember coming on here and going, yo, that shit was great, I fucking loved it, right? And I remember also saying it made me interested in Cyberpunk as a property more, you know. So
I remember that, but that's the like I took that at face value and I was like, yeah, okay. No, I'm specifically referring to like a couple days ago on social media and receiving like multiple people responding with, it's the best thing Trigger has ever done.
Yeah, which
is like,
I don't think so, but
that like, okay, I'm sitting down waiting to see the best thing that Trigger has ever done. Oh, it's not the best thing they've ever done. Well, now I'm just disappointed.
Well, again, if overblowing something is something I did way back when, then I definitely hope I ain't doing it now when I talk about shit on the podcast.
No, in fact, if I think back, the only time I can ever think of you acting in that specific way was specifically The Wire.
I think I also, so it's funny because Reggie also was like, yeah, Edge Runners was okay, it was mid. He didn't really click that hard on it, and I forgot who I was talking to. Someone else recently was like not super down with Promare, I remember, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess like their more recent stuff is like, and I remember the point was kind of like the through line with all three of these were that like but I know what Trigger's doing, so they're just going to trigger, right? So it was like either waiting for Gurren and Kill la Kill or being tired of Gurren and Kill la Kill. You know?
Yeah, that's kind of...
But so in like all three cases, the negativity of the current Trigger property was based around that.
It's funny because you mentioned that. Like, I look at Promare as like Trigger can only make one show, and it's they have one show that they're trying to make, and they keep trying to make it, and they get closer or farther away on every attempt. So when I sat down and watched Promare, I'm like, okay, what do I want out of a Trigger production? I want it to be fast and loud and have good colors. And it was fast and very loud and had very good colors. Like, I would rate like a huge amount of me actually enjoying Cyberpunk Edge Runners is the saturated yellows and greens they use in the scenes.
Interesting.
Like the palette is super saturated,
Mm-hmm.
I really like it.
I think about Trigger as if they were the Platinum of the situation, where if Platinum is left to its own devices, then we see you know the Bayos and the Wonderful 101s and the wild shit that we get. But then sometimes you sprinkle it into Metal Gear and you get Revengeance, which is going to still be Metal Gear and Metal Gear wacky and Metal Gear themed and all that. But here comes that Platinum sauce when the time comes. And then you sprinkle it into Nier and you get similarly, here's your Yoko Taro, and then Platinum's happening, and then Yoko Taro again, right? So I think Trigger kind of works that way, where this is Trigger being sprinkled onto Cyberpunk as opposed to just Trigger.
People are mentioning other Trigger productions. How many of them did I miss? Because I caught Gurren, I caught Kill, I caught Promare. I'm watching Edge Runners. I was told not to watch Darling in the Franxx.
Darling, Panty and Stocking?
I watched Panty and Stocking. Inferno Cop. Dude, Inferno Cop's so fucking good. Inferno Cop might be their best work.
It was really good.
Oh, Inferno Cop's so fucking incredible.
In a completely different way.
Oh, it's so amazing.
Well, because now we're getting into like low effort success, right?
I think they got more out of Inferno Cop compared to what they put in than anything else they've ever done. Because they put in almost nothing.
And then yes, Little Witch Academia, Luluco, Gridman.
That was. I didn't.
Any of that stuff?
I watched Luluco. It was fine.
Okay.
Didn't really feel super strongly about it.
Well, in any case, finish it off and put it on its own merits. See what you think. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna touch on. I did a little bit of Street Fighter and went to a tournament and feeling like I'm doing a bit better. And Aki
another win under the belt.
And the fact that Aki's quick little video showed off her doing a slide on the ground past a Chun-Li fireball into a crumple state, and it wasn't metered, means she's probably going to be the answer to JP. You know, if you're struggling with JP, fighting JP out there, Aki might be the anti-JP character. Just keep an eye out for that.
That'd be interesting.
It's an interesting thing to be like, oh, here's your next piece of DLC, the answer. You know, I'm
sick of Aki.
that's how they're doing it.
Who's after Aki?
Ed.
You're sick of Aki? Well, Ed's a counterpick to Aki.
Sick of Ed? Here comes Akuma.
Oh my god, that would be fucking hilarious.
Damn, that's the kind of move that John Riccitello would make.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You mean villain of No More Heroes 3 and Travis Strikes Again?
Actual bad guy from all the Sudas. Swearies, excuse me. Suda, stupid. I'm dumb. Yes, John Riccitello, which I didn't know was the CEO at the time. I really, when I was reading this story, I kind of just thought it was like, shitty boardroom mans, sure. And then you're like, wait a minute, I know that fucking name. So let's then, after much ado, get into the news. But first, we have some sponsors. All right. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Stitch Fix. It's all about getting you the best clothes you can get. Scrolling through countless hours and websites of crowded stores and going through crowded stores to shop for your clothes is a nightmare. Finding the perfect outfit is a needle in a haystack scenario. It's frustrating. It's discouraging. And let's be real, you might not even know what you're looking at when you find it. So Stitch Fix have stylists that are helping to transform you into the most stylish version of yourself. Basically, the deal is when you're ready to up your wardrobe game, if you've been using the same shorts and shirts all summer, you get Stitch Fix on the job. It's an easy way to get the clothes that fit you without having to endlessly browse or break the bank. You fill out a couple of choices. A quiz will give them all the info on your height, your style preferences, your budget, and they'll get some experts together and find the perfect fits for you. Over 1,000 brands and styles do the work in choosing the best options for you. And if you don't like anything, they'll ship you a bunch, and if you don't like anything, you just ship it back. Shipping, returns, and exchanges are always free. And it's just that simple, you know? They will get you by figuring out your best look. Don't, you can leave it to chance, or you can trust the experts. So Stitch Fix is the place for that. Get your best looking self out there. They get me, they'll get you too. Try Stitch Fix today at stitchfix.com/superbeast. You'll get 25% off when you keep everything in your fix. That's stitchfix.com/superbeast. One more time, stitchfix.com/superbeast.
Thanks, Stitch Fix.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Bombas. Fall's here, and you know that means it's layering season. Time to get multiple things on to warm yourself up. Bombas makes it easy with socks that feel good and do good, because every item purchased from Bombas gives an essential clothing item to someone who needs it. So they've got comfy socks, they've got comfy underwear and comfy t-shirts and all the good things that hug your body and feel good with the right materials, and that's all high quality. But in addition to that, Bombas' mission is to get the most requested items in homeless shelters, socks, to them. When you buy a pair from Bombas, you give one out to someone who needs it. So 1-to-1 on one purchase equals one donation. They've also got a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you've got a hole in your socks, or if they get eaten by the dog or whatever it is, they'll do whatever it takes to make it right. And of course, the smooth feeling extra long staple cotton and merino wool and all that plush stuff. It's the socks you want to go to when you're looking through your sock drawer, when you're like, I don't want these ratty pairs, I don't want these ugly pairs, I want the one that feels good. So be sure to check them out. I know in particular the lining on a bad pair of socks where your toes stick out is awful. I hate it. It's the worst. And then the sock gets crusty because the material is garbage. And then it's just like, at that point, your feet are more offensive by having this raggedy, terrible sock on it than if you were to just go barefoot entirely. So spare yourself the struggle. Go to bombas.com/superbeast, and if you use the code superbeast for 20% off your first, I'll try that again. Excuse me. Go to bombas.com/superbeast and use the code superbeast for 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/superbeast and use the code superbeast at checkout. Thank you, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
So this podcast is also sponsored by ExpressVPN. You've heard us talk about how important it is to have a VPN, protecting your online privacy, as well as allowing you to access what you need to when you want to watch what you want to watch. And the VPN that you can trust, ExpressVPN, is absolutely the place to go if you want to not have any of those security concerns, if you want to have not a limitation on what you can watch based on where you live. Go with ExpressVPN, the best VPN on the market. And here's why. They're not logging your activity online. Lots of cheap VPNs make quick bucks by selling your data to advertisers. ExpressVPN does not do that. They've got a trusted server that makes their VPN servers incapable of storing any data at all. They've also got the speed to make sure that you don't have any slowdown in your connection. Always blazing fast, lets you stream in HD, zero buffering. And of course, no technical skills needed to set it up. You just click the button and
Oh, it's so
you
easy.
are connected.
Oh, it's like the easiest thing in the world. Where am I? Where am I? Click, click, done.
So there you go. CNET, Business Insider, The Verge, and many other tech journals rate ExpressVPN the #1 VPN in the world. Protect yourself with the VPN that I'm using, and I trust it. Use my link, expressvpn.com/superbeast today, and you'll get an extra 3 months free on a 1-year package. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. One more time, visit expressvpn.com/superbeast to learn more. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Raycon. So, I know on the regular, Raycon is getting you that wireless earbud to help you look, feel, and sound. Excuse me, you're not going to look, feel, and sound. What you're listening to is going to look, feel, and sound better than ever with wireless earbuds. Optimized gel tips, different sizes for a range. Different. Words are hard, and I need to try that again after a sip of water. Excuse me. All right. Wireless earbuds. Optimized gel tips that'll cover a range of sizes for a perfect in-ear fit. They won't budge. They give you 8 hours of playtime on a 32-hour battery life. They've got 78,000 5-star reviews, and they're priced just right, so you can get yourself into that world of wireless earbuds with the higher quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Shout outs again. Punch Mom is using them as we speak at this moment. And
helping her ignore all this tomfoolery.
All the noises that I'm making right now are being completely and utterly ignored thanks to the Raycon wireless earbuds. So, a couple different functions. You've got the high fidelity audio. You've got the earbud tap functions as well. I know she's definitely taken calls with it on the regular, and IPX6 water and splash resistance are all pretty good things to have. So, school's back in session. Raycon's having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time only, go to buyraycon.com/superbeast today to get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping. That's BUYRAYCON.com/superbeast to score 20% off. One more time, buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thank you, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
September 1st. Tomer Bar-Zeev, Unity's president of growth, sells 37,500 shares.
Huh.
Shlomo Dovrat, board director, sells 68,454 shares.
It's weird.
September 6th. John Riccitello, Unity CEO and infamous scummy EA man, sells 2,000 shares in Unity. If those names, or if that name doesn't ring a bell, noted for once saying, as an EA exec, when you're 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip, we ask you for $1 to reload, you're not really very price sensitive at that point. A consumer gets engaged with a property, they might spend 10, 20, 30, 50 hours on the game, and when they're deep into it, they're well invested. We're not gouging, we're just charging, and at that point in time, the commitment can be pretty high. But it's a great model, and I think it represents a substantially better future for the industry.
He's also the guy who Suda51 and Shinji Mikami hate for ruining what they wanted to do with Shadows of the Damned.
Which then led to him being literally the villain of No More Heroes 3.
Mm-hmm.
September 12th, after the liquidating of shares, Unity announces the runtime fee, charging devs 20
Time
cents. It's 20 cents per each game installation past 200,000 or 200K in annual revenue on the personal and pro tiers. And that threshold changes to 1 million and 2 cents per install, or 1 cent if you're on the pro and enterprise tiers. Excuse me, I meant to say personal and personal tier for the first one. The second ones are now the pro and enterprise tiers. Any developer who's been hitting that threshold already, starting January 1st, will have to retroactively pay for any of these conditions that have been met.
Well, that's okay, Wooly. That's not that big of a deal because Unity's TOS states that you're only beholden to the TOS of the Unity version that you ship with. So any game that shipped with 2023 Unity or 2022 Unity is beholden to the version of that TOS as long as you don't update.
Oh, do you mean the TOS that was pulled down and removed so that
yes, I do. Yes,
it?
I do mean that, actually.
Oh, well, looks like that TOS doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, but everyone who ever made anything with it has a copy in their documents. What the fuck do they think that's gonna do? Nintendo doesn't have the fucking TOS and contract written down for when they made a Pokemon game.
The answer to what do they think they're gonna do is get fucking filthy rich while also knowing that this is a tanking move, because you don't sell shares if you have confidence what's about to happen is going to be popular.
So the best part about this is like it's been theorized. The actual point of this is that they want everybody on mobile to use their ad platform, because if you use their ad platform,
yes,
hey, look, your runtime fees are waived. But they didn't actually consider the knock-on effects of what it would mean to have, like, to tell Nintendo that every time Pokemon gets installed, Nintendo owes them a quarter.
I don't think it's not that they didn't consider it. I think they did. I think they just don't give a fuck. And the mobile attraction is such a fucking bank opportunity that they're like, we're doing this anyway.
No,
right?
I don't know about that, because I'm not a lawyer. Putting my hands up here. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. But I do know that you're not allowed to change contract terms
once they've been
signed.
Yeah.
You can't. You just can't.
And so welcome to the world of end user license agreements that are not actually enforceable in court, to the realm of NDAs that can be questioned depending on the circumstances they were signed under, and now runtimes that are installed with each copy that are going to connect to a server and install the latest version, because that's the only place to get it. The offline version in many cases is made unavailable, or they make you jump through a lot of hoops to get any copies of that, right? Yeah, when you are on mobile, if you are switching over from a competitor to Unity, they're going to waive the fees, and they're going to give you unspecified credits in some way as well. And they really want you to use that baked-in ad platform. So it's very much a push towards getting people over from the insanely lucrative mobile market. But the knock-on effect is that literally the entire indie video game industry is being fucking lit on fire, because Unity was kind of the affordable solution to indies using something like Unreal Engine, which was really expensive.
Well, Willie,
and there was also a ton of plugin support and stuff, and a community that was helpful.
So you're like 20 cents a runtime. Well, that's not that big of a deal. Well, I mean, except for that old 4chan meme where you just pirate a game 100 times and that loses the company money is now real, because they said that they would work with developers to determine whether or not runtimes were legitimate. But ignore that.
So Stephen Totillo goes in on the same day to get some clarification. And they do in fact confirm to him if a player deletes the game and reinstalls it, that's 2 installs and 2 charges.
Yeah,
Same if they install on 2 devices.
Runtime.
Charity games bundles are exempted from these fees.
Well, they are?
Unless you're Planned Parenthood, in which case,
Or the Children's Hospital.
No, that's political, so that doesn't count. But for the rest, sure.
That's right. The Children's Hospital, the most political organization in the world.
The day proceeds, and Unity regroups and revises, and then comes out and says they'll only be charging for an initial installation. Reinstalls won't count. A second device, however, will in fact count as a second fee.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
How is Unity tracking these installs?
Says here, source, trust me, bro.
It wouldn't happen to be illegal malware, would it?
What?
Based off the malware company they just bought?
What? Iron fucking iron rootkit? No. What? No. Oh, wait, hold on. The name over earlier, Tomer, the president of Growth, previous owner of Iron Source, which
Iron Source. Is that the malware company,
the one
right?
that is that actually how they
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting. Random discussion popping up where unverified, unsourced, but unsourced, that acquisition and everything involved was something that was besides John's decision making. They went public in 2020, and that led to a bunch of fuckwits getting on the board and then pushing this decision anyway. And they're saying that, this is possibly one of those things where if the CEO gets told to do it by the board, then the CEO is going to do it. But
I can put everyone at ease. You can all feel very comfortable blaming John Riccatello, a man who presided over deals that included selling video game technology to the United States Armed Forces to help drone strike people more effectively. I think we're all good to blame Riccatello for everything that you feel comfortable with.
So it doesn't matter at this point, because one thing I've said many a time is that when something like this comes immediately with a fucking tsunami of backlash, you have to assume that of course they knew it would, and of course they don't care, right? The expect even before it happened, it's like expect we missed the mark, we'll do whatever, we'll figure this out. But the point is as a declaration is made that like no, like we're coming for whatever we can legally get our hands on, and if we can't legally get our hands on it, then we will illegally get our hands on it. But you might just get a bill from us, even if it's the same as like a FedEx or UPS bill that comes in the mail every couple months for something that you already paid.
Yeah, I can't see them actually attempting to collect this money at all, because it involves stuff like sending, so Obsidian's owned by Microsoft, right? So the Pillars games are made in Unity, right? And Pokemon is made in Unity. So this involves sending MiHoYo, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, probably Steam, bills for X shit zillion dollars.
In fact, Sony with PlayStation Plus, because they did say that distributors, not developers, in the cases of Game Pass and things like that, would get charged.
Yeah, and it's like they're not gonna pay that.
Well,
they're not going to.
I mean, on the one hand, right, there's that, and then there's the other hand where it's like anyone who they can convince that they have to pay, they'll take it, because that was money that they weren't getting otherwise. So, hey, guess what? The troll set up the booth at the bridge. If you stop to pay it, then good for you.
Marvel Snap is a Unity game, and that's a Disney property.
One time there was a dude who set up a toll booth at a library
Yeah.
and took $5 for parking for anyone who pulled in, and he did it for like 10 years. And
Yeah, and he
then
did
one
more work at the
day he
library.
just suddenly disappeared.
Yeah, no, we're watching a class action lawsuit like begin to form.
I mean, so before that, right, we need to find out how far we missed the mark because, yeah, lo and behold, yesterday they were like, we have heard you. We apologize for the confusion and angst the runtime fee policy we announced on Tuesday has caused. We are listening, talking to our team members, community, customers, and partners, and we'll be making changes to the policy. We will share an update in a couple of days. Thank you for your honest
Doesn't
and
matter.
critical feedback.
It doesn't matter. You can't work with people who say they can change your contract at their whim.
I'm literally I'm like, there are multiple indie devs that I've talked to over the last week that are
oh yeah.
So I guess my game plan is to just rush to finish something, put it out, and then on January 1st delete it from existence.
Devolver devs and like I remember the Cult of the Lamb guys were like, "Hey, enjoy Cult of the Lamb now because we're fucking deleting it on Jan 1st forever."
I mean, and
watching
then
Dave Szymanski learn how to fucking program in Godot or Godot, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, like Godot live.
Yeah. Ivy Sly, literally a week before this happened, had a screenshot of Unity going, well, here goes nothing. Quote tweet a week later, never mind. I mean, someone made a tweet that was like, I think it's something to the effect of like taking psychic damage at the idea that Silk Song needs to be delayed another 3 years to be ported.
Guess what? The Team Cherry
engine.
liked that.
Team Cherry likes the fucking tweet, and you're like,
no, don't do it. No.
It's the ramifications are endless, and if it's not obvious, like, this is a situation where a lot of games that are made by a small team, if not a super small individual, will start out under that threshold and stay there, but then sometime incredibly randomly blow up, right? A Among Us type situation happens where you go from being a tiny game that is actually under that threshold to shooting way the fuck past it into a range where you can't afford what the fuck is being retroactively charged of you,
So we have some folks in the chat pointing out some information that most of the people who worked at Unity did not know this was going to happen until it happened, and are understandly super pissed. I didn't even so I knew that prior and didn't think to bring it up because that's always the case.
Yes.
For every decision made that's bad by a company ever. The only difference is people either don't know about it at all, or they actually just straight up said in a meeting, do not do this. It will be a big disaster. And then they do it anyway.
Yeah, well, the ones who did know sold their shares. And the ones who didn't found out when it was announced that morning, of course. Now, there was some follow-up instructions, apparently, however, where some Unity employees apparently were told to only tweet positively about the policy, and that, of course, led to them getting blown the fuck up over that. And
and then after getting blown the fuck up over that, some intrepid Unity developer decided that they would threaten to blow everyone the fuck up and called in some death threats at their office because they were so fucking mad.
Which then leads to the fucking shutting down of the office and the shitstorm that comes with
it's coming from within the house.
Fucking insanity, But it's just like, it's one of those moves where you're like, today I'm just gonna wake up and punch myself in the balls, and I don't care.
Monday.
You can't stop me. You can't, no matter what you fucking do, you will never stop me. And then a bunch of your bros are like, well, time for me to sell my stocks in ball punching. Got to get out while it's hot. Which I'm like, isn't that like exactly what Yuji Naka just went to jail
You
over?
know,
Basically, like isn't it exactly what just went down?
this reminds me. I a little while ago I ran into a video game developer, and I'm not going to say from what company. And we were shooting the shit, and I asked them about a canceled project at their company, and they looked at me like I had just taken a shit on the floor. And then their expression changed to them wanting to take a shit on the floor. And they just kind of like, they did that eye close and head shake thing. And they were like, I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even want to talk about it. And I'm like, yeah, that's how it always is. No one aside from that top 1% ever makes any decision.
Man, like, I went down the row of indie fighters at Evo and had a really nice time just chatting and getting
You good there? You good?
I see. Message received, loud and clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, just a row of people with bright eyes and hopes for their projects and what they're gonna do and where they're gonna port them and how it's gonna all that shit was going down, and it's like everyone in every indie team across the fucking industry is just all hands on deck. How do we prepare ourselves for the imminent collapse of the foundation that we built our house on?
Yeah,
And
it's super wild. The whole like Unity has been a beloved engine that works really well and can port to a lot of things, and people have been really happy about it and built a lot of their lives on it, and are now just struggling to get as far away from it as fast as possible.
So yeah, and this is the only thing, like I said it when in an earlier clip, but like if you have moments like this where it's such a clear and obvious fucking nightmare decision, there's a lot of people that are single-minded and have a single need, and that need is to A, get their shit off of Unity onto like something like Godot, or B, get their shit off of Unity onto something like Unreal or just something, and then of course there's C, like fucking lawsuits and or roll back the situation. But in the meantime, you need to make sure that you put years of work into something that doesn't just become fucking nothing, right? A lot of the time, if you're a small team that's bigger than one or two people but smaller than a fucking AAA or triple I, you're in a place where you're hedging your bets, and then you're taking that hit to develop and then hoping that the results will sell enough and make back up for the costs. So I imagine this much concentrated focus towards a solution, there must be, right, there hopefully is something that can help usher people out of this fucking burning house.
I'm seeing a lot of people talking about Godot.
Right?
I had never heard of Godot up until the day of the Unity announcment.
Yeah.
And now it's all I see on my fucking social media timeline.
So Godot, I first heard about it with Yomi Hustle, right? Your Only Move is Hustle was built on that, and I think that was like probably the first time I saw
Cruelty
that logo.
Squad and Cassette Beasts are made in Godot.
Sick. Yeah, it honestly is like there's a little bit of a Linux situation to it where the Unity universal support was just so large and all-encompassing. I know people that use it for things that are just not even related to making a game. I used it for the VTuber rig that I was
well,
doing
guess
stuff with.
what? Don't install that VTuber rig, or you owe them a quarter.
No, I don't think 200K is happening anytime soon.
Yeah, 200K people watch that stream eventually. I bet that's money.
Yep.
Give them the money.
They're gonna take their cut. No, that's exactly it. And so it just had so much ground support for people going from like a school or like game design class straight into making their own shit, straight into porting it or whatever. Yeah, I said it when it happened with fucking the Star Wars game, and it happens with For Honor, and it happens with any time a fucking microtransaction or some shit's too expensive or egregious. Your outrage is factored into the price. Your outrage is factored into the plan, and the response as well is just rolling alongside.
I feel like this one's actually different because the act of change is the problem more than any specific, right? It's like like changing the thing to 20 cents per runtime is enormous, but the core of it is the change in the contract. So there's no reason they can't just say, by the way, everyone who owns a game on Unity owes us $1 million.
But I mean, that's the obviously batshit insane part that is massively an oversight by everyone on their legal team. Yes, and again, we're not lawyers. I'm assuming that's going to be the stopping point or an issue for them to overcome. But the egregious ass charge is very much a clear. Well, if you don't want to pay 20 cents per install, perhaps you should upgrade to the enterprise tier,
which is thousands and thousands of dollars instead of
you pay thousands per month instead of the hundreds, and then you end up paying less. You pay 1 penny off of the install instead of the 20, right? It's a classic fucking freemium scheme where, you know, you get more fucking Bafmodad points by going further up the chain on it. So
I think
that 20-cent price point is meant to piss you off, and like the relief is actually supposed to come from the more expensive plan.
I think that this decision was made with very little foresight, and that did not expect two things. One, the amount of possible litigation they would have to deal with, and two, the amount of people willing to take their ball and stabbing it with a knife and bursting it and saying, I will go get a different ball.
Yeah, but you don't sell your stock when you have faith in the decisions that are coming down.
Of course not. But whether or not the company does well is immaterial. If the company does so badly that it has to get bought, then all the people who run the company get golden parachutes as buyout packages.
Yes.
So
the goal of the CEO,
what's the downside?
The goal of the CEO is to roll in, increase the value of the company, make it get the IPO.
No, it's not.
And
the goal of the CEO is to torpedo the company into the dirt so that it gets picked up by Embracer Group and you get a nice bonus.
The point is to get a sale of the company and get the fuck out on a parachute. That's what the
CEO is for. Yeah,
it's the mission and whatever. But like, if you in a lot of cases, there'll often be these discussions about like, oh, and by having a part of your bonus or a part of your parachute or whatever your deal hooked up is with shares, then it's like, oh, you've got skin in the game. Therefore, if you torpedo this too aggressively in a way that is damaging to all of us, you damage yourself. So your self-interest is going to keep you greedy enough to push everything in a way that this won't backfire.
So like, let's take Embracer Group, right? Like Embracer Group goes, hey, we're going to buy everybody, and that'll make our sale price really big for when a bigger company buys us. And then they don't get bought by the big company, and they go, well, shit, we only bought this stuff so we could get a bigger price for the bigger company, but now the bigger company's not going to buy us. So just kill everyone at all these studios. Just burn the studio down. Yeah, don't want to spend money on them. Fuck it.
Again, the Embracer Group version of that is goes hand in hand with the fact that their Saudi deal fell through, and then they could not afford the fucking shit that they took in, and then it all goes to shit. But ultimately, it's very clear that CEOs do this type of shit and then coast the fuck out of the burning airplane every time. In this particular instance, again, I think all the intention is displayed in the act of selling the shares beforehand. I think that says everything you need to know about the people who made the decision. And now we're going to see whatever the fuck this news is. It might even happen, today, tonight, or whatever. But I don't see them just going, never mind, we're completely rolling it back. Sorry.
Even if they did,
right?
That's what's so crazy about the situation. Even if they
Trust
completely canceled all of it, people who started to port their games to different engines or look into Unreal or Godot or whatever are not going to go, oh, whew, it's fine then. And go back. It's too late.
Annihilated, of course.
It's like, hey, Wooly, you tell your wife, hey, honey, I'm kind of sick of this. I'm going to go out and fuck some prostitutes. And then you getting dressed and you get your condoms in your wallet and you go, you know what? You seem upset. I'll stay home.
Is it the condoms? Yeah.
Was
no,
it? You know what? The whole thing? The whole thing? Okay. You know what? I'll stay at home. Don't you worry about it.
Now, yeah.
That's exactly what it's like.
It's just whatever this fucking, legendary walk back ends up being. I think the other part that, has come up as well has been that, looking at the I guess the profitability of Unity as a company and how that has been like struggling. And I think someone was kind of, there was something where they're kind of showing like John took over in 2014 and it's kind of, again, it's gotten positioned into a place of being the affordable answer to indie devs platform needs, and that by being that role, it has not been the most profitable that it could be, right? And so I see this sort of wild ass greed, fucking short-term gain, long-term who gives a fuck play as one that is like, they're going to change something. They're going to make something drastic happen because they are clearly not down to keep it the way it is. And whenever you call in an optimization specialist, someone who's going to fucking, right? Whenever you find that they're going to look at it and go, what is something that we were not looking at beforehand? And it's like, oh, the amount of people installing each thing, that's a number that's very high, right? Where can you put a price point on something that happens very often? Reloading guns, that happens very often. Let's put a price point there. That's all it is.
I'm not an economist, so take this with a grain of salt. But this is we're starting to see this more and more often in the video game industry, but you see it kind of all over the place, where companies for some reason like make some kind of big decision that like completely torpedoes themselves into the ground, or incur some massive loss over the chase of like somehow more money. And it's the idea of exponential growth forever, right? Like, which is great for, I don't know, for the 50s onwards, but like you kind of hit like the carrying capacity of any particular audience. So like, let's take a McDonald's, right? Okay, I got McDonald's in one town. Well, I can serve the people in this area. X amount of people can have a McDonald's burger, and people want McDonald's. Okay, we'll serve them. You know, okay, there's actually enough audience in this town for 2 McDonald's. Okay, great. You got 2 McDonald's, right? Okay, now you have 400,000 McDonald's in every single town in the world. And you go, well, how do I make more money? It's like, but you're making one shit zillion trillion bajillion dollars a minute. Do you really need to make more money? Well, you need to make more money every day. But there's no more people that can have McDonald's. What if we filled the McDonald's with tapeworms? And then people would be hungrier. Okay, oh, people don't like the tapeworms? Oh.
Here we go. The company hasn't yet announced the latest changes because executives are still running them by partners. There's some updates happening as of 5 hours ago.
I can only imagine the conversation of like some fucking middle manager has to come in and be like, so people are very upset about the thing you announced. Well, okay. Don't worry about it though. We're gonna be making so much money. It's like,
so Jason Schreier is reporting that they're considering the changes to include a cap on potential fees. So, It
They would have to give people money back now for people to even consider it.
Under the tentative new plan, Unity will limit fees to 4% of a game's revenue for customers making over $1 million, and said that installations counted towards reaching the threshold won't be retroactive.
It doesn't matter. It's like,
I mean,
honey, I'll buy you a nice piece of jewelry if you just forget about me saying I was gonna go out with those prostitutes.
well, I mean, hey, it's at least we have another masterclass in torching goodwill, and how literally 10 years of it in 1 week, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
incredible. Like like remember earlier this year we had like Dungeons and Dragons fucking its own ass and that was really bad.
Damn.
Wow, that looks like a joke compared to this shit. This is the worst ever.
Don't fuck your own ass, companies. Don't do it. Yeah, so it's ongoing, I suppose, but
What
we'll see.
So we're gonna see change. We're gonna see updates to the story for like 6 months, and every time we see an update to the story, it will. My brain will go, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, people's minds have been changed. It's too late.
Let's see here. The stock selling is overblown, was it? This part of the story has been misleading. Officers
Yeah, they
of the
have
company
millions of shares.
have a schedule of trade stocks well in advance. The amount Rich Taylor sold a tiny fraction of his complete holdings. That is, yeah, it did say what is it, 2,000, was it? That is significantly less than the others who were at 37.5K and 68.4K respectively, however. I mean, for whatever it's worth, his sale of shares is a fraction of theirs, but I still all think it is indicative. Yeah. Well, good luck.
This has like big
Unity.
Lucille Bluth energy on it. Like, how much could a banana cost? $10? Right? Like, doesn't it?
Yeah. Fucking Bill Gates with the pizza rolls or whatever. Like, Bill Gates is like, I don't know, $30 maybe. All right. A bunch of other things, of course. So, hey, Nintendo Direct. That's cool. Fuck the game. Have you seen Vanillaware's new logo?
I haven't. I watched it, but I didn't pick up on it.
Unicorn Overlord looks like a cool new Vanillaware game. Holy fuck, look at the logo.
For Vanillaware or
For
Unicorn?
Vanillaware. George Kamitami is back. And the new logo for his company is the sickest shit I've ever seen.
I can't. Where is it?
It's at the end of the trailer. If I can find it. Incredible.
So,
it is not just a pair of tits.
I look at this trailer and I'm like, boy, am I not excited for this game at all, and that kind of sucks for me. It doesn't seem like my kind of thing.
Oh, the Vanillaware emblem.
Oh, there. Ooh, that's gorgeous. I like
that.
Go
to 129.
It looks like they're doubling down on like 13 Sentinels' gameplay style, which is not what I expected.
Really? It looks like
because I see like the real
looks
time
like Fire Emblem to me.
Does it?
Yeah, I see like some kind of like tactical aspects.
I thought it's like little real time guys moving around. Is it turn based?
It seems like that to me.
Oh,
Ogre
well
Battle?
then fuck, this looks awesome. I don't know why I thought it was real time.
Yeah, no, it definitely
Okay, then I'm incredibly excited. There's only one problem I have with it remaining, and it's because I'm stupid. When I originally saw the title, I thought it was Unicorn Overload. And I think that's a way better title.
I mean,
Because I was like, oh man, what game is this going
no.
to be about where you're overloading on unicorns? But then it was like, oh, it's you're the unicorn boss. You're the
Mr.
Overlord.
Hands.
I just think it's a funny phrase.
No. You're overlording. You're Stree overlording on your
No,
unicorn.
stop it.
Too late. And
Oh well, if it's
there we go.
turn-based, then I'm very excited. We never
so-
got what was it called? Grand Knights Historia? What was it? The fucking PSP game?
Grand
It was there was a strategy RPG that looked kind of
Grand
similar
Knight's
to that.
History.
Yeah, that didn't come out in English, and it was like kind of a shame.
What I am always fascinated by is like how Vanillaware finds new ways to like compensate for the fact that their beautiful stages and sprites take a million years to make, and how we need to pepper the gameplay with ways to not have them overstay their welcome, because the lessons learned from Odin Sphere, Muramasa, etc. Carry forward, and then 13 Sentinels does a great job of like going, hey, we're not gonna necessarily like, we're gonna find ways to do a less expensive battle system, and here's some wiki
Those
reading,
lessons are that people like fat tits and giant asses.
of course that's a consistent. In fact, that's the house
They
we build.
keep relearning that lesson.
Big tits and fat asses are like the unity of Vanillaware. It's the foundation of the game is built on this, and we've come to trust it. I would even, well, I mean, look, Amazon's in there, so there's some abs there too, but
And thighs.
There's some thighs and abs, yeah, and you know, the absolute territory.
I would be unsurprised if like this game featured like really like disgusting armpit zoom ins to just really expand the fucking territory.
I mean, why fucking, are we not trying to offer a Big Mac and a Filet-O-Fish? You know, are we not trying to offer as many customers as we can what they need?
I just saw something in our chat that made me almost like get like this is my fault. I did that. I started this.
Yeah. Tits is life, ass is hometown, armpits are city hall.
Oh fuck. Oh, okay.
Feet is church.
Oh. All right.
What was it?
It was arm pussy.
That's not new.
It's so that's the thing. I'm shocked at my own reaction.
You've never encountered the fucking degeneracy. Yeah.
Like I didn't think it's one of my own mods too. That's the worst part. It's not even that strong, but for some reason that's just
Knees and elbows as well. Yeah, we've been there. So anyway, it looks like this time around what you're going to do is have a old school style, you know, RPG, tactical RPG map to like ride around in, and like that's how you kind of like stall for time while we get you the beautiful visuals that Vanillaware does.
There's a fucking clip of the food in that goddamn trailer because they have to do the food. Mandatory.
Food porn, man. It's got to happen.
It's got to happen.
They know what they do, and they do it well. And here it comes again. Also, yeah, it's interesting too. Like after a brief like swerve into like some super tech shit, we're going back to the fantasy world because they love it. Good shit. Also coming is the end of Nintendo console remake train is rolling hot, doing what it did. So we get a bunch of these while they prep the new shit for the Switch 2 any second now. Mario RPG Remake, already announced at the last Direct. Little more footage of that.
Looks good.
Can't wait to Star X the fuck out of Culex. Then Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door. Like, in a hilarious fucking, like timing with, could have waited and did that, but glad I didn't ultimately because, hey, I just hit the HD button anyway. And enjoyed that. I really, it's funny to think that, like, when you're playing Paper Mario and you're seeing how wild and different and crazy some of the things they got away with are, it does really feel like Nintendo would not be down to do that again today, But if the demand is high enough, there is always that possibility that they're like, wait till we're on the way out with the console and then drop it, as you do. So Noose confirmed, looks good. Remixed music sounds fun, looks good. Yeah, fucking awesome game coming back.
It's going to be really fascinating to a lot of people who have only played Paper Mario or Mario RPGs after Thousand Year Door, because Thousand Year Door came out and then came the fucking decree of like no new characters.
Right. But this is the one that like people have really wanted and been pointing it out for years. I mean, that's why I kind of like went straight to it, right?
Yeah.
So really cool there. And then no new F-Zero, but here comes F-Zero 99. It's fucking wild ass. It's any skills you had in F-Zero may carry you along somewhat, but if you've played Tetris 99 or Mario 99, you know that it's kind of just insane battle royale.
A lot of chaos
bullshit.
when you talk about 99.
Looks hilarious. And yeah, to go back to that one too, like the hardest one to control of all of them, is just like, I don't know if 80 of the 99 will make it across the finish line in a reasonable fashion without dying a billion times just touching the edge. So let's go. Real fun. Pick on that. And I kind of, it feels as well as if the 99 is like, it's a way to acknowledge, because they have the framework for like putting any retro game inside of a 99 style thing, at this point. So it feels like, okay, here's a half step of sorts towards a something F-Zero related, but you're still going to have to wait longer before you actually get a proper new entry, Pac-Man, yeah, all that shit. They're fun though. The 99 games are pretty fun. It's just expect chaos where there used to be like some semblance of sanity. Then another remake, this one completely unexpected, but fuck yeah, Mario versus Donkey Kong.
I know a lot of people love that shit. I've never seen it.
So it was a Game Boy Advance game. That's why, right?
Is it a puzzle game?
Yeah, and it plays like a Mario platformer, but it's much more slow and deliberate and puzzle oriented, kind of how Captain Toad is, right? Like more of a puzzle version of Mario platforming. Yeah, and it was good. It felt as if Mario was a game where there was a puzzle mode on the main menu, that's what it would have been, So interesting.
Looks charming.
Yeah, interesting to see it coming back. Definitely wouldn't have expected it, but sure, that's a fun pick as well. So all of that is just, yeah, it's the console life cycle end remake blowout, Then they showed off some Splatoon. That's fine. Prince of Persia Lost Crown looks really hot, I gotta say. I was sold when I saw. I mean, I like already the vibes of, Metroid traversal and stuff, and for everything that ended up being disappointing to a lot of people, I still really liked traversal and Indivisible, and I got There's aspects to that I see here that I think are great with just wall running and moving and shit. And then the time rewind system, when you see it used inside the boss fights, looks like a really fun one as well. Like you have these little time points to like combo the things with, and it's Super Time Force kind of aspects, to setting up real time self combos with your own ghost and shit. So yeah, I gotta say I'm like, this could have been pretty nothing, but it looks pretty good. I'm hoping, just from the vibe too I'm seeing, I'm like, that looks like 8 hours, maybe 12 for completion, so
hard. It looks pretty interesting. I wonder what kind of structure it has.
I imagine it'll be a like Prince of Persia level into a boss, followed by a transition level, and then another big one. I hope it's not full price, but I don't believe that is going to be the case.
Well,
I don't think there's a chance.
Somebody's got to pay for Skull and Bones, Wooly.
Horizon Chase 2, a couple of different things. Princess Peach Showtime. So, this time, instead of having buttons to trigger her emotions, instead of having a hysteria button and a vapors
cry at
button.
them, Peach. That works when girls cry at people, huh?
Yeah, see? We're acting hysterical, Peach. Yeah. Instead of having one of those buttons, instead of having a time of the month button, there's just a now you can become a sword fighter or a detective. Cool. And you know what? Dress up is fun. So that's great. Also, again, the little bit where like hair charges to Super Saiyan and then pop, here comes the ponytail. And as I said on stream, that there's a great tweet that was just like, boyfriend comes home sad, there's nothing that could make me feel better today. Zzz,
shame on you. How could you think such things of these wholesome Mario characters?
I think we knew right away when we saw the Mario movie that like, hey, Sword Fighter Peach energy was established from the get-go with her in the fucking fighter mode in that, so there you go. Nintendo's doing things. We also got to see some stuff, Luigi's Mansion 2 and Sora amiibos, yada yada. But I thought Dave the Diver looked pretty fucking cool.
So I played that a little while ago, and it's like, it's really, really cool, and I don't like playing it at all. And I don't know how to reconcile that.
Is it the diving parts or the sushi parts?
They both just kind of don't do it for me. And I can't point to anything I dislike. I did not grab my attention.
Okay. Well, we don't have to dive in, pun intended.
No, this is like one of the most confusing ones because like I was just like totally like like I'm eating a fucking communion wafer.
Okay. Yep. Let's dodge a stun lock. We're good. But I like the style. I think the pixel art looks pretty fucking sick. And I guess the question is like, does it?
Can I put my hand up for a second?
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of folks going, Pat, do you enjoy anything? Dude, Baldur's Gate 3 and Armored Core and Titanfall are out. Like, what do you? It's the most video games it's ever been. You people nuts?
I think it's really just I think it's a collective like, why does the trivial become a roadblock? I think that's what it is. But we're not. Let's don't stun lock. Don't stun lock. And that was that. That was them. That was them. State of Play showed us. Man. What do we see? We saw Separate Ways confirmed for more. And then there
was a Final Fantasy trailer. Let's just skip the whole rest of that goddamn presentation.
Yeah. Okay. So
just get right to the end.
I mean, at this point, like, you know how you looked at FF7R1 and you're like, wow, that's what the are you right? A little bit ghosts. I feel like we're now watching the 2.2 trailer, right?
Oh yeah.
I feel like it's like
I've never been more. I will toot my own horn every time where before the game came out. I'm like, I feel like they should do Final Fantasy 7.77. You cannot remake.
Yeah.
And that was before the game came out.
Because you're like, they're gonna shoehorn Sephi Bishi in. That's expected, right? And you're like, that's cool. And hey, there's Cloud on a Segway. Lol. There's Vincent. There's Zach. Hey, yeah, all right.
There's Cloud and Sephiroth doing a move together in the Yassify filter. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on with that.
There's a mini game. There's Rufus. There's Junon. There's Zach. There's Zach.
There's Zach talking to that girl with the hat. Remember Zach? The girl with the hat?
And you're like, yeah. So,
here's a screenshot of Red 13 riding a chocobo, and it looks as stupid as you could ever imagine.
So I saw a question being asked just now, the other day or whatever, and I'm like, that is a really good question. Is Aerith even gonna die?
No, they're gonna kill Cloud.
Yeah.
Cloud is going to die, and Zach's going to take up the mantle.
Swerve?
Yeah.
Swerve.
100%. You know what? They did an interview. You know when this game ends? You know what the final level in this fucking game is? It's the Forgotten Capital. They literally just said it a couple days ago. Yeah, no, the final part of the game is the Forgotten Capital.
They actually tell you where they're calling it.
That is where the game will end.
Huh. In an interview?
Yeah, they said Wu Tai's next time. Straight up. Just Wu Tai will be in the third one.
Will the events of I guess the events of Intergrade are gonna be like carried forward, so Yuffie's already gonna be there? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and Calm is gonna be the start, which makes sense because it lets the flashback be the tutorial.
Yes, which lasts the 10-hour tutorial.
Yeah.
Calm is going to be 10 hours. It's going to be 15.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to last fucking forever, dude. That conversation, like, that's going to, the Calm fucking in is going to be Pootie Tang.
Yeah.
At the end, like, whoa, that was the longest flashback I've ever seen. Oh, man. Yeah, no, I'm seeing that's a very plausible sequence of events considering the sheer amount of promotional Zack.
Well, there's no point in bringing Zack back unless you're going to Zack attack. Like,
do
you remember before FF7 Remake came out, we all sat around going, boy, I hope they don't shy away from all the stupid shit that's in Final Fantasy VII. And now we got Cloud on a Segway.
And whatever that mini game was with the fucking chibi dumb Cloud.
Dude, that's in FF7.
What is that? I don't recognize it.
That's the Punch Out clone in the Gold Saucer.
I don't even
like
remember.
it's like the same exact fucking game.
We're
gonna see Hojo at the beach, dude.
It's happening.
Hojo is gonna be on that beach wearing his lab coat.
That golden saucer fucking sign better say "Get Win" on it. I swear to God.
Oh, you know it will.
It's gotta yell "Get Win." Yeah. Okay.
You know you're gonna see a cutscene of Tifa like helping Red 13 get into a Shinra soldier outfit and try and stand. to hide on the boat.
Also, I think we have another series of dates to go on.
Yeah.
Because that shit was that was preemptive.
I think you see part of the date in that trailer. Because there's a shot of Yuffie all dolled up at the Golden Saucer, and like a crowd of girls are pushing past her. I think that's part of the date.
Okay. Yeah. No, big date sequence in every one of those games.
You must be able to date Barrett.
Oh God, fuck
must.
That. That is a fucking gimme. The real question is, what is the Cloud Zack date? Yeah. What's that gonna be like?
They go to the hairdressers.
Damn, bro. Your sword's pretty big, yeah?
Yeah.
My sword's pretty big too. All right.
No, you know what I want to know the most about Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, whatever the fuck it's called? The fate of Busted Cloud after Zack gets to fucking Midgar. Cause like we now have two Clouds.
Let's
regular Cloud and Busted Cloud.
So timelines, right?
Yeah, but if you don't mix those timelines, why even have the timeline?
So that we can yeah. At some point, you got a looper, right?
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah.
But when are we gonna? But when are we gonna looper? We might not looper until North Cave.
Oh, you know the culmination of this story is gonna make so many people mad about Kingdom Hearts.
Looper.
Also, I'm shocked that they used the subtitle Reunion for that Crisis Core re-release, because I was absolutely certain that the third game in this series was going to be called Reunion.
That one. They've already built it.
So like,
yeah,
it's going to be something.
Yeah, that it would have been the obvious pick, but you're gonna have find something else.
How much gacked will this game contain?
Regacted, I believe, was the joke from last time. Yes, exactly. Okay, so then we saw Spider-Man 2. That's cool. I like the tagging back and forth. I like the constant idea of a Miles and Peter mid-combo switch. It would never in a million, but it would be cool if there was some way to split screen that shit. And
bro, I am looking at every trailer of Spider-Man 2 with dread. With dread. Because Insomniac is a named company in the incoming SAG-AFTRA strike for video games. So they're going to be going back to talks at the end of September. And they are strike authorized, which means that if they do go through with it, that makes Spider-Man 2 struck work for strike purposes. So every new trailer, I'm like, boy, that looks really good.
I wonder how that plays out, because movies, it's they don't promote. For games, does the game just kind of quietly go on sale and then?
Well, it would be up to us to not promote it.
What happens for I guess it's I guess I'm just when it comes to video games, I don't know what that looks like, I don't know what
what it looks like is that people in our position specifically would be asked by SAG-AFTRA to not promote it, aka not stream it and probably not talk about it.
And I guess the store front. Well, no, because the theater is still going to put a thing. Yeah. And movies and TV shows still go out to just whatever their end location is. Video games, it feels like there's extra steps
would be
involved.
sold and marketed by its own marketing properly.
Yeah. And then the end user.
The end user he's never associated with this kind of thing. So like it's the kind of thing where if like I wanted to play Spider-Man 2 and there was on strike, I would play it by myself and never mention it until the strike is over.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. This has never happened in our entire time.
So there's a massive
industry.
list of companies that are involved in the SAG-AFTRA negotiations, but most of it is shit that no one gives a fuck about, like EA and Activision, whatever the fuck. The only one of note that would be attached to a game that any of us would care about would be Spider-Man.
Okay. Other trailers, there was Avatar, whatever. That's fine.
Oh, right.
Steps.
I thought that was like Xenoblade before the blue people showed up.
Oh, Frontiers of Pandora?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, every time I see the Avatar shit, I'm just like, yeah, I'm curious. I want to go see I should have gone to see the second one just to know what's going on.
No,
with
you're
it,
good.
But
Don't worry about it.
I'm legitimately curious, because it's an example of like, again, I did like the first one when I saw it, but it was just then you walk out to a world that is just everything about this outside of the thing itself is just unbearable.
Oh God, I thought you meant you were going to walk out to a world that would never live up to the glory of Pandora.
It just I know, because like, again, when I watched the first one I was like, cool, and then when I had to hear James Cameron talk about it, I was like, oh my God, fuck all of it, fuck everything, So anyways, at the very least I'll say that it was also interesting to see. I like at the time I hadn't seen other 3D movies using 3D in that way, so I was like, oh, cool, that's a thing.
It was very impressive, absolutely.
And so for the technical aspect as well, I'm always.
Oh, I watched the movie twice in theaters. I thought it was like it was a visual spectacle. It was like a fucking kaleidoscope roller coaster.
Yeah, so that's why I want to see it.
Just had absolutely nothing of interest to actually do or say.
Quap Guy, Bonnet Foddy, Baby Steps.
Yeah.
Launching next summer.
I'm going to have to get like a fucking full body gray pajama suit to
Do we know
that.
What the interface is going to be? Because it's
going to feel like shit. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, because we don't know what the buttons are or how to move, but you can tell that walking is going to be a problem. That's all you know.
Madly in love with Bennett Foddy making an entire video game career out of what if it controlled really bad?
Remember how funny it was when ragdolling happened for the first time?
Yeah.
What if you never got over that? What if it was just hilarious for the next fucking
What if that was the way you had to live your whole life?
A career built on lol ragdoll. Flinging around the Demon Souls enemies in circles as an entire mission statement. Ghost Runner 2 looking sick. More of that. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. Roblox, Foam Stars.
Roblox? Do you mean the Roblox that's going to add dating? You hear about that?
No.
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
Nope.
Oh, man. Roblox is going to fucking integrate a dating service. But only if you're an adult.
The Roblox that my 10-year-old nephew plays.
That's right. So they're going to check to make sure you're an adult by asking you to say, I'm over 18. And then they're going to open up the dating. 17 plus. My mistake. 17 plus. And then once you're 17, by saying, I'm 17, I promise. Or, you use your parents' credit card to verify it because your parents' credit card's already on the Roblox account. Then you can go, okay, here we go.
when I heard about the number one things people were demanding for Roblox, the Tinder feature was absolutely at the top of that list.
You know what, Wooly? I bet you there are actually a lot of people playing Roblox that were asking for the Tinder feature. You just shouldn't give it to them.
In other news, and this is the last pretty fucking interesting ass story. You're familiar with Fables, right?
I am familiar with Fables, the concept of an old story with magic people in it.
Yeah, pretty good. I like it. Good comic. Wolf Among Us, etc.
Oh, you mean the comics.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant like Fables, like Mother Goose and shit.
No, as in the comic.
Okay.
Yeah. So, pretty wild sequence of events this week because for a while, Bill Willingham, the creator of Fables, has been at odds with DC Comics, as many a creator have been over the years, because DC has been, they've had notorious examples of them being real shitty to writers that own the works or own their properties or licenses in ways. Alan Moore has a fucking, treatise he can go on about all of this, I'm certain. But essentially, after years of being dicked around, and initially he had a contract where he was effectively, he is the creator that owns the rights to Fable, but DC has publication and media rights to use it. They have fucked him over, this and that, and yada yada, one too many times. And so he's like, you know what? How about this? Instead of taking them to court, because that's basically gonna, he's like 67. He's like, I'm too old and I can't afford to do that.
I don't want to fight people in court. I'm old.
Fables is now public domain. Anyone, anywhere can make a Fables official related product, and you have the rights to do it entirely, and no one can stop you.
Wow, that is a extreme reaction.
Fucking wild, right? So, there are still questions about whether or not you can even do this, but it seems like he took a couple years looking into it, and it seems like he can, because he is contractually the owner of the license, of the owner of the property. And so there's a big interview you can read where he answers exactly why and how it went down. And the short version of it essentially was that, like, it went from, having a reasonable contract that he worked out with some good people that worked at DC, and those people got replaced with, shittier people that essentially tried to, like, force him out, that it would constantly, like, he had to have the creative control rights to approve certain things, and they were just trying to constantly neglect him and then say that it slipped through the cracks or whatever, to the point where he said, if anyone said, like, he barred them from ever saying slipped through the cracks to him ever again, because it was used so often to describe why he was not approved or told about something Fables related that was happening. Stuff like Wolf Among Us, even, where, like, he was not being consulted. And there were things where he, like, got contracts to consult, or he got contracts to help on a project as a consultant instead of as the creator and owner of it. And, like, the terminology would sometimes basically word things in a way that would have wrested control away from him, so he saw all these little sneaky moves and caught them and didn't let them happen over time. But they kept trying and they kept increasing, and it became very clear that, like, they were just looking to treat it like every other thing that they do, which is, we own this whole property and we can do anything we want with it. Right? The idea that we even let you own it was a mistake to begin with. And the people who were there at the time are no longer there to talk to. So, he basically is like, well, he also has thoughts on reforming trademark and copyright laws in general. And, he sees this as, like, an opportunity to try that out while also saying, fuck you. I'm done with this shit, and we're not taking it to court. We're taking it to the public. So Fables is now completely publicly owned, and that's it.
I very much appreciate that I now own Big B stuck on a stripper pole.
Amazing. Congratulations.
I own that. That's my content.
Glass him is now everyone's. We all glass him together. You know? There's a point where he basically says things are the way it was going. It was like you could push this conflict into a place where eventually their lawyers and clout means that a bunch of shitty assholes get control of this, or we do it this way where a bunch of shitty assholes and some good people like you also get your control of it. So, win-win.
I can definitely appreciate the pettiness. It's sharp. It's sharp pettiness.
I would love to see what comes next of this, if there's any kind of like what force with an actual like publishing or printing press, or like something that can put out and distribute stuff, is going to like take the step of actually going, here's a fan anthology, it's official, we're putting it out there. You're gonna need to have a team of lawyers probably to stop the DC attempts, but the creator of the fucking thing is on your side, right? Okay. I'm sundowning.
Yeah, let's have one good email that someone sent to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. You know what's funny? I was planning to ask you to do a short podcast today because I got no sleep last night. But caffeine's my friend.
Well, I didn't expect a 2-hour stun lock, but here we are.
That wasn't.
It was an interesting conversation.
2 hours, was it?
But, yeah, it's fine. Here goes one from Kevin. Says, Dear Chewie and Fuckface in the morning, I've been thinking, what defines a freak pick? Wanted to get your input. There's obvious classics like Blanca and Voldo, but what about the ones that sit on the cusp? I think Sodom is I'm not sure if he counts or not. And is it just a matter of appearance, or does the moveset have to be considered as well? Does it have to be limited to fighting games, or can other games count? Does Apex and League have freak picks?
Yeah, they do.
I would say definitely not limited to fighting games. And I would say, for me, I think Sodom is pretty much... No, I think I'd put Sodom in there. He's in there. And I think...
Human shape!
But he barely acts like it, and he kind of represents the weirdo of right. I think to me,
I very much disagree. He's just a weeb.
To me, the freak pick is like the character on the cast, or many characters that are like not amongst the classically attractive, cool archetypes. There's going to be a lot of popular looking humanish people that are going to be like, very ready for marketing, and then there's going to be the ones that are like super exaggerated nuts, and they're usually about one theme or motif taken to the extremes.
I don't know. I feel like we need to be talking about basic like non-humanness. So like Hakan is a freak pick because humans don't look like that.
Yeah.
Saddam, like if somebody dressed up like that, they would look like Saddam. Like it's an outfit.
But
right?
Yeah, but I still think the role they play on the cast is that of
they're mechanics.
Weirdo,
like
right?
Saddam's not that weird. He's got a Rekka and a command grab.
No, but like I would also, to that extent, say that like a character like Roadhog in Overwatch is the freak pick of the cast, or one of them, because like compared to
that's a human shape.
It's a human shape. Yeah.
Roadhog has a human shape, okay?
I can hear the cracking in your voice, but sure. Put some bass in your voice, bro.
He's very human.
Say it with your chest.
And normal.
But yeah, I think Roadhog and Junkrat are the fucking they represent, like, they're the freak picks in that cast of cool, classically attractive archetypes, and they're that exaggeration where you pick a motif and you make them crank it up to 11 for them, and you get fucking. Yeah, sure, Necro and 12 and Third Strike are the obvious go-tos. But...
I mean, when you're dealing with, if you're talking about characters like Arakune, right? I mean, that's a fucking blob that does projectile vomit.
Kusarigeddo in Samurai Showdown, like the big red monster thing.
Yeah, okay, come on. Like, we're so far beyond a normal fucking anything.
Yeah. But I think that's what it is. To me, it's like
I think Big Band. Somebody mentioned it. Big Band's a freak pick for Skullgirls.
For sure, definitely.
His general size is like 5 times everybody else's.
Like the main character and supporting cast of the marketable, humans that are cool are usually what you're going for, and then there's that fucking weird one or that the one where you're just like you took one aspect and you made it all about that, or you're referencing a movie or something that is like old school and also like a freak pick from that movie or whatever the case is. Necro being a necromancer reference, any Frankenstein reference, anything like that as well kind of fills the category. So yeah, that's how I feel about it at the very least. Your what the fuck is his name? Tentacle dude from Tekken.
Gygus.
Standing amongst a bunch of normal human beings. Why do I
fucking know that character's name? I don't play that fucking weirdo.
Nice.
Yeah. Also, Voldo, despite ostensibly having a human shape, is the biggest freak pick of Soul Calibur.
But just like Sodom, Voldo, any human can put a Voldo BDSM fucking slave outfit on and just get their way out.
But if you saw that person on the street, you'd be like, that's a freak pick.
It's just that's it. I think it has nothing to do
unless you want to say that that's like the traditional stereotypical Italian outfit of the day.
I hate Voldo's weirdness every time, and I would be so upset if they neglected to put him in a game.
Oh, dude, I think his costume where he's like the angry sunflower is one of the greatest fighting game costumes of all time.
I will never play Voldo, and he better show up every fucking time, I swear to God.
And every time you fight him, you're like, ugh, I hate this.
Thank God he's here.
Yeah, good, great, excellent.
All right. Let's leave it on that.
Everybody have a good week.